Hello. Hi, Moon Chaser. Can you hear me? You're the first one, too. Thank you. Hello. Hi, Moon Chaser. Can you hear me, Moon Chaser? I heard myself because I was on my cell phone. Yeah, I got the volume up. Let me know if you can hear me. I see two people, but one in the chat. Let me know if you guys can hear me because I selected the live button, so I'm in now. Oh, okay, you can hear me. Okay, perfect. Is there a delay? Because I said that like a minute ago. But can you hear me, Moon Chaser? Everything's good? Okay. So you see my thumbnail. I'm questioning religious holidays, basically. Fact or myth? Okay, yes, you hear me. Fact or myth? Do you celebrate any of the holidays, Moon Chaser? Hey Tina, how are you? Do you guys celebrate the holidays? The religious ones anyway. Like today's Good Friday, you're not supposed to eat meat. Last week was Palm Sunday. Sunday's Easter Sunday, the resurrection. Lord, what's up? Lord showed up too. What's up, guys? You said hell no? Okay. Tina, I'm thinking that's a yes. You ate steak. Wow. Que malo. You're supposed to eat bacalao, man. Everybody ate like fish today. You celebrate Thirsty Thursdays. Yeah, okay. Tina, you ate bacalao today? What you ate today? We're not supposed to eat meat on Good Friday. And please hit that like button on your way in, guys. I know it's been a minute. I think it's been 5 months since I've been live. Wow, you're lying, Lord, because I listened to my last stream a few days ago and you were one of the guys complaining about that. Like, you really don't even touch it. So, no, that doesn't count because you're lying. Tina said, you already know I believe in Jesus, but I've never been too big on celebrating Easter. Too much of the Easter symbolism has nothing to do with Jesus. Facts, Tina. So you guys don't like you don't do the Easter egg thing with your daughters and stuff like that. You just go to church and celebrate the resurrection. For real, Lord. Ah. Prima, what's up? What's up? Hit that like button on your way in, people. Hit that like button. Fulana, what you doing for Easter? You know, if I was up there, I'd be going to your house. So Tina, Easter eggs? No Easter egg hunts? You don't take them, you know, sometimes certain towns have like little Easter egg hunts for the kids and stuff like that. You don't do that? I've done the egg hunts with the girls before, but it's never been a big holiday like that. Okay. Hey, Hood Therapy. I know I'm a little late. I took a power nap, so I was trying to wake up on time. Hola, Roches. So Tina said, I've done egg hunts with the girls before, but it's never been a big holiday for us. Like with the big Easter dinner, some people do, or any of that. Okay, so you don't even do the dinner, Tina? It's just like, do you guys go to church that day and just celebrate the resurrection and then go home like, and that's it? No gatherings, no get-togethers? Nothing entertaining the baby with the Easter basket and do Easter egg hunts in the yard. Yeah, I mean, like Easter, I guess the way we celebrate a Fulani, I guess it's for the kids, right? That's when we really like it. Hey, Third Ward, nice to see you. Yes, I go to church, but that's about it. Okay. Bloody, I sent the link, so hopefully she saw it. So I'm hoping she saw it because I told her I was gonna go live today. And you know it won't be complete without Blood Moon. Damn, okay, the regulars are here. Okay, the regulars are here. Hit that like button, everybody. It's been a minute. I do want to talk about this as well. I'm glad Moon Chaser showed up. Third Ward, Roy Chester, Therapy, Fulana, Tina. Who else am I missing? Lord. The Word, what's up? Hey, how you doing? Let's see. Lord, Moon Chaser, of course. I'm glad all you guys showed up. So I think this should be an interesting topic. I'm not super religious, so I uploaded a video yesterday about what these guys take was on what actually Easter is. And I never really heard it like that before. I'm going to play it in a little bit, but I just want to see more people stop by, and then I'll get it going. I got 11 people. I'm going to wait for a few more people, and then I'll get it started. Thank you, Third Ward. Okay. All right. I'm waiting for Blood Moon. Where's Blood Moon? Alguien pedícale. So send her the memo. And I think Danny's missing too. I don't know if Danny's working tonight. So, Third Ward, are you celebrating Easter? You going to church? Easter egg hunts? If Santa is real, the Peter Cottontail is real. You can tell me no difference. It's definitely a myth. There's no Santa, there's no bunny, and there's no Santa. But what about for the children? What do we do for the children? Me and Her Therapy had this conversation earlier. What about the kiddos? Oh, okay, Fulana. Wake them up. Now that's a myth, Lord. That's a myth for sure. Oh, man. Easter's a day that niggas get passes and excuses to wear bright color button-ups. That's a fact. That's a fact with those ugly ass shoes. You don't celebrate Easter? Oh, okay. I thought you celebrate Easter. That is the Easter Bunny, in case no one ever knew. I mean, Easter holidays, we used to look forward to our Easter outfits, all those little pastel colors, blah, blah, blah. And, we would come out and see how everybody's dressed and who was going to church to do whatever they was going to do, We lied to the kids. I used to do the basket thing. See, Hood, you made it seem like you didn't even do that. So, okay, so you do a little bit of a celebration. I mean, with my son, honestly, I never called it a thing. Like, if it was Easter, like, I used to buy the eggs. We decorated the eggs, but I didn't make it a thing. Like, he just thought it was a day that we're going to celebrate, like, Easter. Or maybe he did something in school for Easter, but he didn't take any of those things seriously. Like even Christmas, he knew that day was coming. He knew he was going to get gifts, but he didn't really ask like, who's it coming from? Is it from you, mommy, or is it from daddy, or is it from Santa Claus? Like he never really cared. He was just excited to get the gifts and decorate the tree and all that crap. He wasn't really focused on who actually delivered the gifts, and we didn't make it a specific thing. We didn't say if it was Santa or We said it was Christmas, but we didn't specify, Santa Claus or anything like that. It wasn't done purposely, but when I think about it, we didn't even specify that. So he didn't have a so-called belief in it, but he believed in the holiday, but not the actual figures for that holiday. And I didn't even make it a religious thing. I didn't say it was Jesus' birthday or anything like that. I do cash now. Forget all the other BS. Well, okay, so for Hispanics, I know for us, when I was little, we was excited for Christmas, and yeah, we believed in Santa Claus, and then we couldn't wait for Dia de los Reyes because we knew we was gonna get gifts again. Or when we got a little bit older, we were expecting cash. So we believed in both. Well, I had already known. I'll tell that story later, but I had already known about Santa. I learned that he wasn't real, early on, but I did expect my gifts, and I played along, and I also expected my gifts on Three Kings Day. Easter and Christmas are all retail money makers, just like Valentine's Day. That's a fact, Fulana. Why the Easter Bunny got to be black? Did I make a black righteous? Because I wasn't even paying attention. I don't think I put an Easter Bunny on mine. I think I put Jesus on mine, and he was a white Jesus. So I'm surprised that nobody made mention of the white Jesus that I put in the thumbnail. How else does he slip in the night without making a sound and waking around your house hiding eggs while you also notice some jewelry missing too? That's your Easter Bunny, Roy Chest. I'll celebrate it with the kids because I don't want to ruin their fun. But me, myself, I don't personally celebrate it. But I will pull up to somebody's house to get a few Easter dinner plates. That's a fact. And yeah, you don't want to ruin it for the kids, Third Ward. Like, even though you don't believe in it, you don't have to focus on the actual figures, but let them celebrate the holiday, right? The way kids celebrate it. He has to be black. Okay. Hey, Bipolar. Yeah, I'm back for a minute. How are you? Nice seeing you. Thank you, Moon Chaser. Come on, it's Good Friday. Let's be good. You're not supposed to curse on Good Friday. You're not supposed to eat meat on Good Friday. You're not supposed to do what comes natural with your partner on Good Friday. They put all these obstacles. And when I was growing up, for the 40 days of Lent, every Friday we weren't supposed to eat meat. So, and after I left home, I would forget. Like, my mother would be like, okay, what you had today? And I'll tell her like a burger or something. She'd be like, you wasn't supposed to eat meat today. Like, okay, I forgot. So, but I left that tradition a while ago. I didn't even put that on my son. So he didn't even know Easter was this Sunday until I told him yesterday. Because he was like, he has off Friday and he has off Monday. I was like, oh yeah, for Easter? And he was like, Easter? I was like, yeah, you didn't know? So he just knew he had the day off. You guys are like the honeymooners for real. Hey, Daniel Berry. How are you? Thank you for stopping by. I hope you hit that like button on your way in. One of these days, I'm going to dress up as the Easter Bunny and jack kids for their Easter baskets. Facts, because they be having some good chocolates. Third Ward is he's not for the kids, man. He be stealing their juicy fruits, their sippies and whatever the fuck you call it. The Capri Suns. That's what he said. Capri Suns and all their goodies. So he likes the single mamas. Yep. Hit that like button, share, and subscribe to the channel. All right. I think I have enough people. I'm going to try to share the video that I uploaded yesterday. I haven't been on in a minute, so it might take me a minute. So you guys can see it in case you didn't see it, so that we can discuss what these guys said with regards to the actual Easter holiday. I want to discuss Christmas too, because I know there's a story about the tree and Santa Claus and where all that started. So, but I'm going to start with the Easter one because that's the holiday that's coming up now. So I just wanted to make a correlation between these Christian holidays and all the negative stuff that people actually have to say about him, saying it's a pagan holiday and all that. So give me a second. Let me try to share. Somebody said they were going to help me, and I don't see them yet, but let's see.
Then why do we celebrate Easter? Hide egg. Well, think of bunny rabbits are meant humping. Dude, you put two rabbits together, dude, next thing you know, there's and then the Easter eggs is it was for the god of Ishtar. Isn't that crazy? Most people don't know that. Way back in the day, they celebrated by having orgies and making babies. So 9 months later, they could sacrifice those babies to Horus, the sun god, who was born December 25th, by the way. Now, when did they say Jesus was born? December 25th. He wasn't. And everybody knows that. You go ask any biblical scholar, they will say he was not born on December 25th. Then why are we celebrating Christmas? Then why do we celebrate Easter? Why do you hide eggs and bunny rabbits? Well, think about what bunny rabbits are known for. Humping. Dude, you put two rabbits together, dude, next thing you know, there's 100. And then the Easter eggs is fertility. It was for the god of Ishtar. Isn't that crazy? Most people don't know that. Way back in the day, they celebrated by having orgies and making babies. So 9 months later, they could sacrifice those babies to Horus, the sun god, who was born December 25th, by the way. Now, when did they say Jesus was born? December 25th. He wasn't. And everybody knows that. You go ask any biblical scholar, they will say he was not born on December 25th. Then why are we celebrating Christmas?
Okay, so everybody heard that? Like, when I saw that, I was like, how weird is that? I didn't know the eggs correlated with, creating babies, and then after the babies are born, they eat the babies. Like, and Jesus wasn't born on December 25th, and when the heck was he born? Like, I'm not really versed on that. So how did all of that happen? Like, how did we come up with these pagan holidays? I have an article up too that I want to read eventually, but they're saying that Easter is a pagan holiday. They're saying that Christmas is a pagan holiday. Like, how did they come up with all of this and then put it into the actual religion, into actual Christianity? Because that's what Christians celebrate, and every sect within that's under that umbrella. Like, why did they put all this together? He was born in August? Really? I thought he was born during the harvest. When is the harvest? Or before Christmas? I thought it was like November, October, November, something like that. No? Let me see. I gotta turn off my notifications. Roy Chess said, they say Jesus was actually born in the summertime. Okay, so then Hood was right. I've never heard a specific date or month Jesus was born. Oh yeah, August. So who actually believes in Jesus? I've been in certain spaces where they don't even believe in Jesus. I don't know how it happened. I don't read books. I don't read the book called the Bible. I just love celebrating and having parties. Of course you do. Okay, here we go. Jesus was definitely not born December 25th. It was a Roman celebration which they later turned into celebrating Jesus' birth. Oh, and what was that Roman celebration, Tina? What could that have been? And you know, Romans kind of like took Christianity, right, and made it theirs, because I don't know if Catholicism is the biggest religious sect under that Christian umbrella. So I'm wondering. Something to do with the winter solace and one of the Roman god. Yeah, that's definitely pagan then. You know? So after seeing that, I don't know if I should read that article first or open up the panel. The story of Jesus has been told over and over. Same story, different characters. You know, I was into it when I was in Catholic school therapy. Like, you know, because they take you through all the motions when you go through Lent and, you know, Palm Sunday. And we used to go to church on Ash Wednesday, Palm Sunday, and then Easter. I think that's how it went. So we participated in all of that. Roy just said, drop that link. I hope you guys really engage in this conversation, because I'm not a religious person or anything, but I'm just curious to see what people think, right? Because the same way that I used to believe when I was, like I said, in Catholic school, my mind has changed drastically. Like, I don't even believe the way I used to. Some things I used to be like, I can't believe that people actually practice this, do this, and try to promote it, you know, as something religious and something that we should follow based on how the world is today. So I don't know. I don't see it that way. You didn't, Roy Chess? You better participate though. I think I'm gonna drop the link. Do I still remember how to drop the link? I don't even think I remember how to do that. Lord have mercy. Why don't you well, hopefully she'll come up and let us know. Oh, there it is. Hopefully she'll come up and let us know about that. Anybody who's religious, and I'm not trying to put anything on anybody, but anybody who's like super religious, because I'm not really, so I'm just going off the fly, and I do have an article to read based on what, you know, they say on the internet, but I'm not super religious, you know, but I am spiritual. So, you know, it'd be nice for somebody to shed some light on that, if they care to let us know. Lord, I don't think you're super religious either, right? Moon Chaser, stop. You should come up on the panel too. I haven't heard your voice in a minute. But I'm glad you stopped by. I'm definitely glad you stopped by. And thank you for everyone that stopped by too and hit that link. So, vamos a ver. Who wants to discuss this, because you know what, maybe I'll start reading my little article since nobody's up here yet. Let me see. What I'm looking at is like myths about these holidays. So it says 10 myths about these pagan holidays. And it says one of the most beloved holidays is Christmas, especially in America, which is about decorating a Christmas tree. And most people think that it's been around forever, but the actual Christmas tree is a pretty recent holiday tradition. So we didn't always incorporate the Christmas tree during Christmas. They said that German immigrants brought the tradition to the United States in the 18th century. And it actually took 100 years for everybody to catch on. So, you know, at one point it was controversial because Teddy Roosevelt in the early 1900s, he rallied against it because he didn't want anybody cutting down trees. He said it was useless to celebrate Christmas using the trees because it was a waste of good timber or something like that. So they didn't incorporate using a tree until after that. So it says, despite Christmas's popularity, among Christians and non-Christians alike. Little known fact is known, like even the outright myths, like from the holiday's religious origins to Mr. and Mrs. Claus to the great evergreen symbol of the Yuletide tree. It says Christians, Christmas is not the most important holiday in the Christian faith. Despite the ribbons, despite the tags, and despite the packages, boxes, and bags, no Christmas can't hold a candle to the powerhouse of the actual Christian holiday, Easter. So they're saying that Easter trumps Christmas. So I don't know if you guys see it that way. Like Easter is the holiday that Christians celebrate the most, and then Christmas comes after that. So then they're saying it's not just the Easter Bunny versus the Santa Claus thing. It says on Christmas, Christians celebrate the birth of Jesus, who they believe is the Son of God, and that's definitely an important event. And Christians put it up on celebration. But Easter commemorates Jesus' rise the dead into eternal life, which is not only a coup for Jesus personally, but it's also for humankind, the actual resurrection. Hey, Fulana.
What up? Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you just fine, cuz.
Okay. It's been a minute.
So, it hasn't. Thank you for coming on the panel. So how much did you hear? They say that Easter is a bigger holiday for Christians than Christmas.
I guess so.
Yeah, I thought it was Christmas.
Because
yeah,
they do like the whole week, right? And then there's Easter something Monday.
No, they do Lent, 40 days of Lent.
Yeah,
That's the longest time. And then within that Lent, some people they like and it falls in line, I believe, with a Muslim holiday, with the Muslim Ramadan, I think, but it falls in line with that where they fast and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So for Lent, you're not supposed to eat meat, and it has something to do with 40 days, 40 nights. I don't know.
Well, isn't it you don't eat meat on Fridays, or am I wrong?
I think we did the Fridays thing, but I think real religious fanatics celebrated for 40 days. For 40 days straight. But I know it's Fridays during Lent. We're not supposed to eat meat. You're only allowed to eat fish. I'm not sure if you're allowed to eat chicken, but I know it was a fish thing. And then you celebrated Ash Wednesday. You went to church on that Wednesday, and they put that ash and the cross on your forehead.
And what about on Good Friday? Can you eat meat?
No, you're not supposed to eat meat on Good Friday. That's the actual day that Jesus died. Suppose that he was killed by something Pilate. God, since I left school, I forgot all of that.
Well, I failed that class.
We had to do that in school, but it's been so many years. Ramadan is definitely now. It's crazy, Hood Therapy, how the Muslim faith falls in line with the Christian one. As much as they're kind of against each other, most of their holidays and the Jewish holidays all fall in line. I think Passover is around this time too, if I'm not mistaken.
I think
so.
Yeah, it was the other day.
It was, right? Remember where we used to work at? The Passover was like hectic. So we should remember. Yeah. So you don't eat on Good Friday. So we have Ash Wednesday, Palm Sunday. Those are the days that you go to church, and Palm Sunday, everybody comes home with those little palms in the shape of a cross. And mother always had them. Yeah, that was another.
All the big sinners show up on Palm Sunday and Ash Wednesday
that you never see for the rest of the year. So
exactly, and then they post their little palms and all that crap.
So you remember, every family member did it. I don't know, Fulana. That was just a thing. So I was reading
your Easter outfit, your dress.
That's what I looked forward to, right? The Easter outfit. And depending on what style was back then, that's what you were getting, and that's what you was gonna wear. And the boys will wear their new sneakers or whatever, and they come out
and
try not to get dirty and like that. Hey, Roy Chess.
Hey, how
what's
are you?
up?
Hey, Roy Chess.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
So, Roy Chess, are you gonna enlighten us, these two non-religious women, with regards to this holiday?
I don't know if I'm gonna enlighten you. You probably know some things more than me, but the whole idea is, I guess, a lot of things happen in the same week. I guess historically, like Passover is also historically around the same time that the Jews were passed over for that curse, and then Jesus died in that same week when he was killed, I guess.
Right.
So it signifies, I guess, the Jewish past plus Jesus being dead and being risen. So that's
So,
why it's more important.
are you familiar with Ramadan? Why is Ramadan falling in line with that as well? Like, because
I think
Ramadan.
I believe that's something to do with Muhammad. He did something at that time where I guess he acknowledged Jesus as a prophet. So that's why it's around the same time.
Mm. See, I didn't know that, and it's weird that those three major religions, their their religious holidays, I guess if you want to call it that, fall in line around the same time. So the word said that Esther, Ishtar, or Ostara is the origin of the Easter, the fertility goddess, and I can take you into the spiritual aspect of the spring equinox, which most of the rituals come from, especially the resurrection. So when you say that, are you saying you're going to come on the panel of the word and elaborate on that so that we know what you're talking about? Because I'm not familiar with that, but I just found it. I found it intriguing that those guys said what they said. That's why I uploaded the video. I found it really interesting, and I knew that a lot of religious people were either going to be upset about that, and the non-religious people are going to say, like, yeah, we knew that already. That's why we don't celebrate it in that manner. So I'm curious.
Well, you also have different sects of Christianity too. So I guess
Mm-hmm.
depending on what sect do they believe in, so their views are going to be slightly different.
Well, like Tina says they don't really celebrate Easter. Of course, they acknowledge the resurrection, right? But they don't celebrate it the way the commercial holidays promote it. So in that
Right.
part I get.
Well, you don't celebrate it at home per se. You're supposed to celebrate it in the church.
Well, that's what she's saying. But like when I was growing up, it was the church, it was the dinner, it was the outfits, it was like the Easter egg hunts. It wasn't just the resurrection. I mean, I didn't even correlate with him, rising the third day, into eternal or whatever. I don't even recall all that. I recall the outfits. I recall going to family's house to eat or whatever. That was like a time for people to get together. Yeah, it was Easter, the
no one really
topic
talked about it. It was just fun.
yeah, like it wasn't made so religiously to
Well, why
us.
did it have to be on a Sunday? Because if he was risen by Sunday, that means he had to be killed on a Wednesday, right?
They said Friday, 3 days. Friday, Saturday,
No, it'd
Sunday.
be Wednesday.
No, he resurrected
No,
on Sunday.
no. Friday would be 2 days. Friday, Saturday, and then he resurrected on Sunday. That's not 3 days.
On the
Mm-hmm. You
third
count
day.
the day he got killed.
On the third day.
Yeah.
Right.
Friday
So
he's dead.
If
He's
Friday is the
dead.
first day, Saturday would be the second day, and the
Sunday would
third
be the
day would
third
be
day.
Sunday. But he rose on the third. He according to the scripture, he rose after the third day, not on the third day.
Oh, well. You would
So
know
that's
more
why
than
it
me.
has to be a Wednesday, not a Friday.
I've
Well, it was
never heard
hump
that.
day.
Hi, Tina. Is that Anna Kanoa? That is so.
Hey,
I love
Hi,
that.
Tina.
hello, hello. I don't know if it's on a
Hello.
Kaona. I just really like the picture. Thought it was cute.
Oh, okay, this is cute. Definitely cute. So, how are you tonight?
I'm doing good. It's been a while since I've been on the panel. So,
Definitely, and I'm glad you came up. Can you tell us your take on this holiday? Since you're I guess you're the one more familiar with it religiously, on the religious side of
are we
it.
still talking about Easter or Christmas?
Um, we're still on Easter because Roy Chess is
Oh,
arguing the actual resurrection. He's saying he should have passed on a Wednesday. I'm saying it's still Friday because I count Friday and Sunday.
yeah, I don't know about. I mean, if it should have been on a Wednesday.
Yeah,
So
you never heard of that?
you were saying that. Well, I believe it was on the third day. So, but I mean, as far as like Easter itself, like I was telling you, Morena, like I don't know, me and my family, we never been so big on celebrating Easter. Like, of course, we appreciate that, he was crucified and he rose from the dead and all that. But the holiday itself, it just like most holidays, they are very steeped in pagan traditions, especially the Christian ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always like, oh my gosh. Christmas especially, so much pagan symbolism behind all the Christmas traditions. But with Easter specifically, I've always kind of had this thought ever since I was a kid, like if we're celebrating the resurrection of Christ, why the Easter bunny and why the eggs and all that? And I learned later on that um it was supposed to represent like I think somebody said in the chat, the fertility goddess Ostera,
Yes.
however
Yes. We
pronounce her
said Esther and
name. Yeah.
Ishtar. Yeah. See, I
Mhm.
had never heard that before.
Yeah.
So why would they correlate Easter, the day of his resurrection, with the fertility goddess?
I
If
think in the I think in the days of the early church, I mean, the more Christianity spread, a lot of those regions, especially in Europe, they had been practicing their pagan religions for like ever. So I think
Mhm,
since they were now converting them to Christianity in a way to kind of make them okay with converting, they
mhm,
allowed them to basically somewhat keep their traditions, but they just masked it with Christianity so that they would feel like okay
mhm,
continuing to do it.
mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm like, why incorporate so much paganism into this so-called Christian holiday? The
Yeah.
word. I'm
Hey,
sorry,
how y'all
Tim.
doing? I
How you
apologize. My background, I'm doing good. My background might be a little noisy. My son running crazy. But I don't want to, step on nobody's beliefs or anything.
doing?
But to give you the answer, especially about the pagan holiday, I have to take you a little deeper because even Ishtar, that was a Kemetic Egyptian goddess that came out of Kemet and went into Mesopotamia. And when you look at the Hebrew, when you study or follow the timeline of when these religions was created, the Hebrew had Lilith, which is a representation of what they call Mitra, and later on became Ishtar. So it's like these people took understandings from one area and incorporated their own beliefs into it, and that's how everything began to evolve. But with Easter, it's deep because it's metaphysical understanding. So, like when the brother was saying Wednesday, from my studies and my understanding, Jesus carried the cross on Wednesday. He died, or he got put on the cross Thursday,
What
died on
up?
Friday, and it was within three times calculated different from sun up to sundown. So that's why they say 3 days. But I don't know if you're familiar with like Kundalini, and is a fluid that we can release called Christos. This is where they get the understanding of Christ from. So Jesus died at the age of 33, right? You have 33 vertebrae in your body. So his death represents his lifespan, 33. So as the Kundalini rises with the 33 vertebrae, it hits what they call the pineal gland, and you release a substance called Christos or Christ fluid. And it takes 3 days for it to go down back into the
Wow.
sacrum and back up. So this is where you get the death and resurrection from the 3 day process.
Okay. Okay. So the three is a numerical symbol correlating with when he carried the. And in some countries though, the word they can't. I think it's the Philippines. That's like a big thing where they reenact when Jesus had to carry the cross before he got crucified.
Y'all guys really
Yes.
believe in that?
Me, not per se, but a lot of the world does.
Yeah, when he was talking about the carrying the cross, the days back in the day that, like even in the book of Genesis, when you look at the time, it was the night time first, and then the morning came after. So they had a 12-hour clock. They didn't have a 24-hour clock like we have. So he carried the cross probably during the day, but he was crucified at night, which would be the next day, right? So that's where the Wednesday comes from.
Oh,
So
okay.
he could not have risen before the 3 days, right? So if you count Friday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday, he was already gone by the time they checked the tomb, right? So that was like early in the morning they checked it, he was gone already. So that wouldn't have been 3 full days. So
Right.
or three 12-hour periods, it wouldn't have been. So it would have had to have been at night at Wednesday. And then you count the 12 hours, the 12 3 times, and then he will be gone by that morning when you checked. That would be the 3 days.
Okay, I never I never looked into it that much to specify it in that manner. So okay, I didn't realize that. Okay. So Moon Chaser, so I take it that you're a super atheist?
Hell no.
You like, you guys believe in that? Like,
No, I don't know. I don't believe. I mean, I believe there's a life, some kind of life force that created us, but I don't believe in any of the book like the Bible and anything like that.
but do you believe in God?
Again, I don't believe in the God that the church portrays. No.
Mm-hmm. Are you a spiritual person? Do you believe in a higher power then? Maybe you don't call it God, but you believe in a higher power?
Yes, I believe in a higher power.
Okay, gotcha. And so you don't go to church on Sundays and
hell no.
Okay, and you don't, so you use the word hell too. Thank you. And so do you celebrate Christmas?
Not really, no.
Did you celebrate it with your children when they were little?
Yeah, absolutely.
And why
did it for them? Yeah.
Oh, you did it for them. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, because I kind of believe that some people don't. I mean, being in this country, right? I feel bad, like, when you're in school and everybody's doing the Christmas thing, and then you have certain kids who don't come from that faith, and their parents tell them they can't participate in that, but you put your kids in public school, so they're exposed to that. And the last thing that children want to do is feel different or left out. Oh, okay, that always works. I believe in that.
Moon, someone just came through the door.
Oh, yeah? Who came through the door?
Well, I was looking for that money.
Come on, shut your face.
So Lord said Jesus was at the club. That's why he was gone. Wow. Oh my God. The word, are you religious? Would you believe in a specific religion?
Interesting.
He's not there. We almost believe in the one true God, Allah. Oh, Allah. So Lord is on his Muslim kick right now because he's looking for a woman who we can only see her eyes. You're right, Tina. He's very disrespectful. Super, super disrespectful. Lord, why don't you come on the panel with your heathen butt? Hey, Ramon, ¿cómo estás?
Hey, Morena, ¿cómo estás? Moon Chaser, Tina, guys, Polana, Moon Chaser. What's going on, guys?
We have the word on the panel too. He's new to the channel and the panel.
What's up? What word? What's going on?
But I don't know if he
said 1 second. He said 1 second.
He said 1
Oh,
second.
Okay, cool. So what do you think about did you see the video, Ramon, about what that guy said about Easter being a pagan holiday?
Well, to my understanding, Ishtar is something that traces back to previous beliefs. I mean, the whole thing about picking up eggs out of the dirt. As you know, where I'm from, we didn't do any of that. But my understanding is that it is a symbol of like fertility along with the bunny, and that is in that the whole Ishtar thing. It goes back to like a fertility goddess. I think the name was already mentioned in your chat, but that's something that goes from a previous culture that predates Christianity. There are many things that are part of Christianity that come from a culture that predates it, or a religious belief that predates it, and some elements of Buddhism, some elements of even back from Egypt. Not everything goes back to Egypt, but some things do go back to it. So yeah, I have heard about it. I have heard about the whole Ishtar thing. There was somebody that I used to work with who told me a few things about that, and it doesn't surprise me. It's just that with the centuries, some things get confused into something else. So it was added to some aspect of Christianity, and they tried to connect it to Jesus. But originally, the whole thing about the symbols of the bunny and the eggs, it has nothing to do with Jesus. I mean, that's something that was added from something that came about previously. So yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me.
So, do you celebrate Easter?
No.
Do you celebrate Christmas?
Well, that in the back home that we do Christmas, so we do
But I'm saying
Christmas
after
and
school,
we do Reyes too.
right. That's is that just a Latin thing?
Yes, generally, because in many parts of Latin America there is the Santa Claus, as we call it, and on the 25th of December. And that is the whole thing with Reyes Magos, los Reyes Magos, on the 6th of January. Yeah, that's very much alive and well. We do celebrate those two things.
You know, I didn't get to ask Tina that. Tina, do you celebrate the January 6th?
Not really. The only time I found out what that was actually being in DR when I was a kid. I was there for like winter break, and I happened to be there the first week of January, and they were celebrating Dia de los Reyes, and I didn't even know that was a thing. And I remember me and my sister, we got some boys, and that's how I even came to learn what that was, because my parents didn't do that here. They didn't bring that tradition here.
Gotcha. And do you know if there's any reason why they didn't do it? Like,
no,
they just didn't. They just didn't celebrate it. Okay.
What is it called again?
Reyes Magos. That's what Ramon said, and I call it Dia de los Reyes. So,
but what is it? Okay, what is it though?
Oh, it's Three Kings Day.
No, the three wise men's day.
Oh, okay. I never heard of that name. I never heard it called by that. Okay.
You heard of Three Kings, though, right?
I've heard of Three Kings, but I never heard that name that he just said. Like, what is that? Okay.
Los Reyes Magos, same thing in Spanish. He just translated it in Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Spanish. So, okay, because I know we did. So Royce, did you guys celebrate that? Are you religious? Are you a Christian? If you don't mind me asking.
I am Christian, but no, I don't celebrate those days. If you ask about the gift thing about Christmas, I do that for family. That's just a family thing. It's nothing to do with religion. We take the religion out of it. It's just gifts. It's like just.
Oh, you incorporate the commercialness of the holiday.
Yeah. I don't celebrate the holiday per se. I just celebrate that aspect of it.
Okay, the commercial aspect of it.
Yeah. It's just a gay day to give gifts outside of your birthday.
Okay. Because that's how I kind of look at these holidays, like a day off from work. Like, I was just so looking forward to being off today, and it felt so good, and I didn't incorporate it with Jesus being crucified today. So, but I'm not that religious. I don't put that much thought into it. I'm spiritual as well, but I don't put that much thought into Jesus and everything else I really learned in Catholic school, everything I picked up in Catholic school. So, the word, you're back.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
My daughter was going crazy.
Yes.
But everything, I'm sorry, the guy who just did it, bless him, brother. But everything he said is correct. I mean, a lot of these holidays were holy days. Like, you recognize if you look, each holiday falls within either equinox or solstice. And that's how they commercialized it, by using what was natural. And that's how we fall into it.
So, question, can you elaborate on what the equinox is for those who probably don't know?
So you have two equinoxes. You have the spring equinox, which what we in now, and you have the autumn equinox, and then you have the winter and the summer solstice. Those are the transitions of the seasons. You're familiar with the swastika, right?
Yes.
Now, if you look through history, you will see different cultures use that. Actually, what that actually is the Big Dipper, and that's how they told which season they were in, by the alignment of the Big Dipper, which way it was turned. That's where the original swastika came from.
I thought the original swastika came from India. I don't know if it was
I can
Hindu.
take you further. I can take you further back than that. Way
Okay,
further back than that.
go ahead, take
Um,
us there.
it's on temples in Ethiopia. It's
Mhm.
actually in Egypt too, and one of the obelisks where they used to tell time. Like the brother was saying, the 12-hour period, it was actually only 10 months until Julius Caesar, where you get July and Augustus
Mm.
Caesar, where they added August. That's where they threw our time off. We on a dramatic timeline.
So do you
Oh,
want to?
modern.
So would it be true to say that the Catholic Church incorporated a lot of things into Christianity that they shouldn't have?
Of course, yeah.
I'm
Of
just
course they
curious.
did.
I mean, I was raised
No,
Catholic, but I'm not a practicing Catholic now. But I was raised Catholic. I went to Catholic school. I did all that. I got my communion. I was baptized. All that.
I mean, because even before, Catholic, the Romans had their own understanding of religion. And I have to bring the information because I don't really like talking about this stuff because I know a lot of people have beliefs and I deal with facts. So I will have to present the information to you, which I can. I studied this for over 16 years. So this is what I do. I mean, on my channel, I don't talk about religion and history. I use what's beneficial out of it and try to
Hmm.
give like tools and stuff that we can become better people.
Okay, so I know I seen you on another channel because I'm like his name looks familiar, and I think I subscribed to. So I didn't realize that. Okay, so that's what your focus is on the religious aspect of things, or how the origins of certain religious things. Is that
I
safe to
don't
say?
deal because I believe religion causes separation. So I just use what's in it, the things that's useful out of it that we can benefit from. Like people debate religion and history all the time, but they don't bring the tools and information that people can actually use to become prosperous from it. So that's what I try to use. So I more or less talk about emotions, mindset, the way we think. But I
So I've
use these aspects to get there.
Okay, so I've seen the religious debates, like when they go back and forth with it, and to me, it just seems more like ego. They're just, who speaks
That's
the
all it is.
loudest, who speaks the loudest, who could present their so-called facts on it, but it's never enough to sway me either way. So it's like what I've always said is, well, who's right? Like, I spoke to my grandmother before she passed away, and I knew she was dying, and I was like, please, Mima, we call her Mima, like, can you come back and tell us who's right? Is it the Jews? Is it the Catholics? Is it the Muslims? Is it the Buddhists? Because I believe in God, right? I believe in one God, but how can God have created all of us so different, speaking different languages and worshiping differently? Like most religions believe in one God, but how do we all uh
They all right. They all right though. I mean, everybody's
Mm-hmm.
right as
they're
long as you
right,
believe in something.
but they always point at the other person and say that they're wrong, especially Christians. Christians are the most judgmental people that I've ever met. Jews don't do it so much. Muslims don't do it so much. Hindus don't do it so much. But Christians, if you don't believe in what they believe in, you believe in the devil, or that's brujeria, or that's this,
Yeah,
or that's.
that's how they justify the colonization of the Americas.
Oh,
I
Chuck,
mean,
don't even let me go there. Yeah, that.
all the people that they killed in the process, and they use Jesus Christ as an excuse because if they didn't believe in what they believed, then everybody else was a heathen, was a savage, and they needed to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
they needed to be executed, which really that's not what it was. It was the justification, so the invasions of the America could be done and justifying taking of their lands because according to them they didn't deserve their lands. It was always about that, taking over what wasn't there.
That's one of the reasons why I pulled out of Christianity, but I didn't want to go there because I wanted to focus on the actual holidays and the paganism of the holidays. Like,
Mhm.
look
Well,
up the Christians did in Japan. Well, aren't they Mormons? Aren't the Mormons are big in Japan right now, I believe, because my boss, who is a Mormon, went to Japan for a good 5 years, and that was their mission, to convert as many people into Mormonism as possible in
well,
Japan.
it depends on the sect also
Converted.
because the value they put on Jesus Christ. So some people say he's the Son of God. Some people say he is God. So those people who say he is God are going to be probably the more critical, right?
The people that say that Jesus is God incarnate, I want them to explain that one, because if you actually go by the writings, in the final hours, if you look at the story, in the final hours before the crucifixion, he was in the garden in distress, and he was praying, and he was saying, Elohim, why had you forsaken me? Why will he be saying that if he was God incarnate? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, so I could explain it a little bit. I'm not the world's best, but I'll explain it a little bit. So there's a difference between the soul, the spirit, and the body. So God is a spirit, right? Everybody should know that. Even if you don't believe him, you know that he's a spirit. So what happens is with the story with Jesus is that God needed a human body to come to the world for us to experience. So that's why the whole point of Jesus being born of a virgin, that he could not have been born from a sinner, like a male seed, right? So that's why there was no father. It was just a mother who was a sinner, but not the father. So the spirit entered that human being. It's not that the human being is God. The spirit of God was in him. So he could not sin. So the reason why he's praying for his life there is because he knows he's going to die. So that's a flight, or there's a thing, an instinct in animals and in human beings. When you know you're going to die, you start to pray. You start to do all kinds of things to try to save your life. So that's what's going on there. And then because he dies and because he has no sin and he has the mindset of God, that's why they say he is God, because the spirit is guiding him. So
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Richard.
I mean, so the basically the mind of God is operating in that body. So if you think of a car, God is the driver. You're the car. God is the driver, right? In the Holy Spirit would be the make of the vehicle, kind of, if that analogy works or not.
Okay, so being in these YouTube spaces, and I've heard them debunk Mary being a virgin, and she actually was not, and Jesus wasn't as pure as we thought, that he had kids and all this. I mean, I've heard so many different types of stories on that. So when when we're going to church, and when I was in school, they made Mary seem like she was, free of sin, and so is Jesus. Like, so it seems like they created these figures who weren't real to life. So
no, Mary couldn't have been. No, there's no human being that could be sinless. So Jesus would be the only one.
But they've also said that Jesus wasn't as well. The word, you was about to say something about that. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I gotta jump down. I gotta show to start in a minute. But can I leave y'all with something? Just something to critically think about.
Sure.
No one knows what the Bible says, honestly, because it was first written in Aramaic and then written in Hebrew. That language Hebrew that they speak is not the old Hebrew. It's actually what they call a transcript or transcribe or decipher. They had to use Yiddish to understand what the old Hebrew say, so they really don't know what it says. Even when you transfer, people understand you speak multiple languages. Words don't transfer cleanly over, meaning you or understanding in some of the translations of the Bible was in 6 different languages before we get to Dramatic or Old English. So what we read is interpretation. So that has to be understood too.
Well, that's why the King James Bible is different from other scriptures, right?
Yeah, even like no one knows the name of God. Those are all aspects of God. Even when you say Elohim, if you look at the Latin, is a feminine, masculine version of God. That's why I say in the beginning, let us make man and woman. It was 2 talking, a female and a masculine energy. This is what we call metaphysics. You need a female and a man to create life. That's how Adam was born. Even in the beginning of Genesis, it's 2 different creation stories. It let us make man and woman in our likeness and image and populate the world. And then he goes into the Garden of Eden and creates Adam and then creates Mary. So those are 2 different times he populated the world. Adam, which
Right.
Adam is actually not one person, but a race of people, the Atoms, Atum, and that comes from Egyptian lore. So, I mean, like when you get down to actual information, it is a book that has good life skills and is good guidance, direction, but ultimately you should seek the create, which is to me is just asinine that people give human aspects, man, feeling emotion. That's all what we need. But if you look at Egyptians, the reason why they got animal heads on top of human bodies is the animal instinct, the animal nature, but the heart of the human to guide it. So, like the brother was saying, I would use this when you're
Okay.
talking about the car and the soul, right? So the car
Right.
is the physical, right? The soul will be the navigation system because our soul is our direction, what's good and what's not, and the spirit is which everyone has. That'll be more the engine. The car can go with the engine and the body, but without the soul, it has no direction. So I would use that analogy. You feel me?
Gotcha. Gotcha.
I mean, John, I appreciate you. I appreciate you letting me come up. Feel
Well,
free to check me out.
thank you for stopping by and giving us your insight on the topic. That's definitely
Yeah.
appreciated.
And next time you're doing something like this, let me know. I bring the information. 'Cause, like,
Okay.
I don't like talking about it without having the information right there for people. But I can always give you sources. So I appreciate you. So appreciate y'all on coming. Blessing.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Hello, Jose. How are you?
Good evening, Morena. First of all, thank you for allowing me on the platform.
Of
It's
course.
been a while since you produced any content. Um,
Definitely.
but
Mhm.
the funny thing when it comes to religion,
Why is
okay,
that funny?
you
Why is that funny, Jose? Why is that funny?
Jose
okay,
celebrates it. He actually put something on his community tab, so I'm sure he's gonna have a lot to say about that and give us
Oh,
his.
what about to get scolded by Don Jose? He's gonna hit
I
us with
don't
the
think so.
complete.
I don't think so.
no,
He's gonna
no,
give us
no,
some
no,
insight.
Because
But
what a
you
bunch of
cannot
heathens.
lead you cannot lead off by saying the funny thing is
Yeah,
what's the
I
I
know
didn't.
that.
what's
I
the
I know
didn't
that's
funny
take
what
it.
is
thing?
coming.
I
I know
didn't take
that's
it
what is coming.
negatively.
okay,
I didn't take it
okay,
negatively. Jose's just gonna
okay,
tell us what he's gonna tell us. Like, go
okay.
ahead, Jose. I'm sorry.
But when it
Go
comes
ahead.
to no, but when it comes, you see, when it comes to religion and religious views,
Mm-hmm.
that's open to like multiple interpretations.
Facts.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and the fact of the matter, it all depends on what was the way that you was raised. Now, in my case, I had a religious background, so I'm going to look at things a little bit differently. It doesn't make me more correct, and doesn't make a person who hasn't a religious background less correct. It just all means that they interpret the same information or misinformation, depending how you want to look at it, differently. Um, of course, I was taught certain things. I'm a Christian, okay, but yet at the same time, I respect other people who don't share my views. Okay, now whether holidays are truth or myth, it all depends on the type of environment that you was raised.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's some people who don't believe that Jesus never existed. Okay, there are people that do. There are people that don't believe that Mary was sinless. There are people that do. It all. I mean, a lot of it has to do with how you were raised and the values you were given. So, and
Right.
we need to be mindful and we need to be respectful about that. And no, Ramon, I'm not going to scold anybody because whatever people say, because everyone has a right to their own point of view.
Facts. And I believe that you were going to give us your opinion. I didn't believe that you was going to scold anybody. You was going to give us your opinion on how you feel regarding the holiday and all that. And I grew up that way. I grew up a Catholic, Jose. As I got older, and I think most of us who grow up that way, come to our own decisions as to whether we want to continue it or we feel, you know what, this is a crock of whatever. Or some people be like, I'm going to still practice it, but I'm going to practice it in my own way. And I've noticed that these days people actually are more inclined to go one way or the other.
Okay. Well, I still hold on to the beliefs that I have. The difference is I don't judge others who don't think like I do. Okay. And in fact, I try to learn from other people because other people may be able to share a different perspective that I'm not aware of.
Exactly. That makes sense. And that's a good way to be, right? Because nobody's going to sway the way you feel and how you practice your faith, right? But it doesn't hurt to hear other people's perspectives, because you could be like, wow, I didn't even know this about the Lord, or, you know, how, you know, I didn't read that excerpt in the Bible or whatever. So it's good to not condemn people who don't follow it, or their belief actually falls in line with yours.
Yeah.
So that's how I feel too.
As long as we have mutual respect, we're fine.
Correct. Muchi says stop. Yeah, Jose. So I figured that you would give us some more insight. So do you celebrate Easter Sunday?
Yes, I do. I not only I observe Lent, but with me, it's not a question I giving up this or I'm giving up that. It's a time, I use that as a time for self-reflection and where I can do better in my own personal life.
So is that what Lent means? Can you explain to us what Lent is? I don't know the exact definition to inform people. What does it actually means to?
Okay, well, I can give you either what's the definition based on Google, or I can just give you what's my own personal interpretation.
No, give me your own. I want to know what your own definition is.
Okay, for me, it's a 40-day period where you take a very close examination of yourself. And you see where you stand, and you be honest with yourself. And you take a look and say, see what you're doing well and what you need to improve as far as your relationship with God is concerned. Because I don't look at it as religion. I look at it as a relationship with God. And in fact, my definition of religion is man seeking the answers that only God can provide.
And how does God provide those answers for you? How does that
work? How?
Okay. Sometimes with people like yourselves. Other times it's through scripture. Other times it's through other Christians. There's many ways that we can learn.
Okay. Nature religion is mythical, but it's a holiday, but it's factual. Okay. Yeah, because like when people say they believe in God, like, is it this all-knowing spiritual being? Is it God is within ourselves? Is it, like 5%ers, they believe that they're God, right? They're man, they believe they're God. And other people just believe in this big being or entity in the sky. And some people think it's nature, like, the trees and the oceans and us and the animals. We're all like a manifestation of God, a piece of what God is.
If I can add on to something to what Jose said about
no, you can't.
About seeking a relationship with God, I think that is something that is lost among a lot of so-called religious people. To be honest, I will say I'm quote unquote religious because I do believe in God. I believe in the Bible. I believe in Jesus Christ. But from my understanding and how I've always kind of been taught about it, and what I've been learning myself through reading the Bible, because I recently took on the task of trying to read through the Bible. So I'm like more than a little halfway done with the New Testament, and then I'm going to go back and read the Old. But I feel like a lot of people don't ever really learn to seek an actual personal relationship with God. A lot of people get stuck on being religious, which to me, being religious is nothing more than just like it's outward show. It's just like practicing dead works. It's like, okay, this is what I believe in black and white. These are my list of do's and don'ts. This is why this is going to be my regular routine. I go to church, I do this, I do that, I do communion, whatever it is. But it's just kind of going through the motions. There's no real enjoyment of Christ within you. And again, I think people are never really taught. It's not just, or they'll focus on, oh, religion was just made up to control the masses, which, yes, religion has been used in that way. But I'm realizing more and more, especially, like I said, since I've been reading through the Bible, so much of it actually focuses on the individual's personal relationship with God and how that is something that starts from within you. Because, you know, God being the all-inclusive, life-giving spirit, his spirit dwells within your spirit, and that is actually how you contact God, through your spirit. You don't have to go through a priest or a father or this and that. It's literally all within you. The answers are all within you. That sounds very cliche, but that's how it is. So when you ask, like, okay, so how do you know when God is speaking to you? Like Jose said,
Yeah, I was getting there.
There are different ways, but so Rich has mentioned earlier, there's 3 parts to our being, right? There's the body, soul, and the spirit. Your soul and your spirit are also further divided into 3 parts. Your soul is made up of your mind, your emotions, and your will. Your spirit is made out of fellowship, intuition, and
Stop
your
reading that out the book. Stop reading it
no,
out the book.
oh my gosh, it's coming out of my head right now. Okay.
Yeah, right.
So,
Nah, you can tell Tina's feeling. I'm feeling it. Go ahead, Tina.
so like I was saying, your spirit is made up of 3 parts. The fellowship, which is the part that directly connects to God, your intuition, and your conscience. Because God a lot of times speaks through your conscience, and that's where a lot of your sense of like right and wrong, morality comes from. But but I think the intuition plays a big role too, because when you pray for things and you're seeking answers or whatever it is, I think a lot of times it's like you almost get like a thought implanted into your head, something that you know didn't come from you, but intuitively you just know God put this thought in my head right now. Or maybe you'll receive a word from somebody else, or you'll see, I don't know, just something that intuitively you just know, okay, this is maybe the answer to the prayer that I've been praying about. Or God will speak to you also through the Bible. That is something I've always heard too. A lot of people are always saying, how do I know, or how can I find God speaking to me? And so many people say, just go to the Bible, Like a lot of times you'll have a particular question and you'll go to a verse and there the answer it is there. Yo, Lord, stupid. Oh my God. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I think if people just focus more on trying to seek God themselves and just like forget all this other, because listen, as a Christian, I will say there's a lot of things within Christianity that I do not agree with. I think there has been a lot of mixture outside, non-biblical mixture brought in. There are a lot of Christians that they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they really believe in.
What you mean, like the priests that touch little boys?
Listen, all of that. Listen, I got my thoughts on the Catholic Church too, man. Let me go there.
That'll be interesting since I'm Catholic.
I have my thoughts on the Catholic Church. No shade to Catholics. But yeah,
shade taken.
Not Catholic people though, but the institution itself. Like, anyway, we ain't gonna go there right now.
No, you don't want to do that, Jose. It's on the panel.
All the different denominations.
He's gonna hit you with pow.
Not a lot of it is not biblical. The denominations are not biblical, and this is stuff that's even mentioned in the Bible. Like, because even from that time, they were already trying to divide themselves. Oh, well, I'm of this. I am of Paul, or and he was trying to tell them, like, no, you're supposed to be one body. We're all one body, Christ's body. Like all the different divisions are not. Anyway, it's not biblical. But so I would just say you gotta seek your own personal relationship with God.
So let me ask you this question, right? Do you believe, or is it fair to say that the Bible has been watered down through time? Like words have been changed and misinterpreted? Do you believe that?
I think so. Okay, so yeah, people always bring that up because there's so many different versions. So there's different translations and different transliterations. Now there are certain versions that are kind of more like paraphrased because they're supposed to make it quote unquote easier for people to follow along. But those I wouldn't read those because I do think it kind of waters down the message. I think the best ones are the ones that were either translated directly from the Greek, because the New Testament was written in Greek, or from the Hebrew that the Old Testament was written in. To be honest, I don't think the different versions they're not like vastly different. They're all pretty much saying the same thing.
What?
But I mean, serious. If you look at side by side comparisons of a lot of the different versions, they're not that different. But because there are certain words in those languages that we don't like, we in our language don't have them. For example, the word love. There's like so many different types of the word love in Greek, but we kind of miss it because we don't have those different versions of the word love. Like there's a brotherly love, there's like a romantic love, there's different types of love, which if you read it in the Greek, you would understand, but because we don't have those words in our English language, we kind of miss it. You know what I'm saying? So it's more like that. But as far as people's interpretations of the Bible, I think some interpretations are flawed. I do think some people's interpretations are
All right,
flawed.
so Moses parting the sea for the people to cross it to get across. Do you believe that actually really happened? Do you
Yes.
believe that deep in your heart that that really happened, just the
Yeah,
way it's
he
said?
banged his staff
course.
there on the Nile, right? And it's parted and they
Yeah,
crossed.
I think that's extremely exaggerated.
Just like I
I
believe in the
think
flood, and there's been, I mean, that the story of the flood has been recounted over and over and over again. Yes, I do believe that happened.
Come on,
And
No,
Moses,
definitely, definitely. The whole thing about the flood. I don't think the flood was like a worldwide event at the same time. But there have been places, parts of the world, where there have been floodings, like after the ice age, when a lot of that ice started to melt. There may have been places in the world that did get flooded, but I don't think it was this worldwide event where all of the level of the seas and the rivers and everything rise, because where all that water came from for that to happen. I mean, there is no real
well, the Nile
explanation.
that was seasonal, right? How the Nile used to flood up and then they used to dry up, right?
yeah,
That's the story with the Nile.
yeah, because
No,
there's
no,
this.
you're talking about the crossing with Moses. That was the Red Sea.
Oh, the
Right.
Red Sea. I'm sorry, the Red Sea. Okay. So I got.
And they found the part where the ocean actually is low enough that people can actually cross, right? There's a time in the year that actually decreases, that you actually can walk across.
That's what I was getting
So
confused with. I was
so
confusing the Nile with the
so
Red Sea.
so
Mhm.
maybe in the Bible that's what they was talking about. They found that perfect time to get across. It happened to be that day they went across.
Mm.
I hope that they found a part of the seafloor that was actually raised up.
Yeah, they did. There's a documentary about it.
And,
Well, they're not
Mhm.
saying it's for sure, but it's in the area, and it's
Mhm.
like, okay, maybe this is it.
There's even a giant split rock out in the desert there that it's like a perfect clean line. I don't know if you guys know the story of when they were the children of Israel out in the wilderness, and God basically like split a rock so that they would have water to drink. And there's like a huge rock with like a clean break down the middle, and people believe that could have been that rock. But yeah, I believe that stuff happened.
Yeah, but the whole thing after leaving Egypt, if they wanted to get to the land formerly known as Canaan, there are certain words that you can't say. All they had to do was follow the coastline. After crossing the Red Sea, they would have gotten there. But that whole notion that they were lost for 40 years as a punishment, that's not making a lot of sense, because if you look at the geography of it, after you cross the Red Sea, all you have to do is follow the coastline, and you get to Canaan.
It was
I
supposed
mean,
to be like a
they should
6-day
have taken
walk.
that long.
I think
Huh?
it was supposed to be super short, like a 6-day walk or something.
Yeah.
But they didn't know the name of the place. They didn't know it was going to be Canaan. They didn't know that. That's why they were lost, because he never told them the name of the land or what the land was going to be like. Because the land, when they got there, there were people there already.
So it's safe to say, based on what everybody was saying, that you guys believe, well, most of us on the panel believe in the story of creation versus the story of evolution, or the scientific.
Nope.
You don't believe in evolution either?
I don't believe in any of those.
Well,
there is more proof. There is more body of evidence that suggests that there may have been an evolutionary process, considering the fossil record.
Did you hear what you said though? You said suggest. That's not
based on
facts.
science.
No, but
though.
it's more likely. What I'm saying is that it's more likely than believing that everything has only been around for 6,000 years, which is what the creationists think.
The creation story is, yeah.
So speaking of that, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of something called the gap theory, but this is what I believe. But it's the idea that between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2, there's actually a huge span of time. Because if you read it, it says, okay, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And then in this 1:2, I forget exactly how it starts, but it's something like it became waste and void. Basically suggesting that something happened between those two verses to where the original earth that God created, it basically, how was it explained? It has something to do with the Hebrew words, but something to do with like chaos and destruction.
Like the Big Bang Theory?
Maybe, I don't know. You know, people always say, oh, a meteor hit the earth or something.
Yeah, because the word replenish, right? The word replenish appears because it says that the earth was dark and void, and that he created man to replenish the earth. That means something was there before them.
Yes,
something like that, right?
So I don't believe that the earth is only 6,000 years old. I believe humans, but there is an entire span of who knows how many years of the earth's existence before the creation of Adam.
Right, that the days are longer. Right, the days were.
Here we go. Here we go. The fictional Adam.
Wait a minute, but you believe in the Egyptian mythology, right?
A human pair. This has already been like said.
But they said Lilith came before Adam and Eve.
Who?
Lilith.
Isn't Lilith a spirit?
Well, there are many people that set up on Lilith. That was like the first wife of Adam before.
Yeah, but supposedly God created
like
women,
that.
not man. He created women first.
Allah Akbar.
And then some say that Adam was created first and Lilith was his equal. And then when that didn't work out,
So how do you explain Lucy then?
Right, that's evolution now, right? If you
How do you explain Desi Arnaz? How do you explain Desi Arnaz?
Who's Desi Arnaz?
Oh, I get it.
You're talking about Lucy, right?
Lucy is the first like humanoid female that a lot of women can trace their DNA to.
Yeah.
I could trace my attitude to her for sure.
Probably, you know what I'm saying? Probably.
Lord, can you trace some hoes? Can you trace some hoes to that?
Yeah, you definitely can. You definitely
can.
Man,
don't tell me Lord's gonna come here with Islamic temple and then change the.
Listen.
Focus.
I'm here to blow this fucking place up right now. Stop playing me. I am here to blow this shit up.
Lucy was a single mother, Lord.
Lucy probably was a single mother. Not gonna lie.
The single mother is what kept it going. What if it wasn't for us? Yeah, I wouldn't be.
They definitely did. They ruined the whole world. That's why the world, that's why God sent, all the oceans and floods to kill everybody. Because
after this year, I'm no longer a single mother, so none of that.
What?
My son is grown. My son is grown. I'm still a mother, but not considered a single mother.
Yo,
look at you guys. Like, what? Like, was it something I'm sorry. I said that completely wrong.
Hold on. You got a man. You got a man hiding.
I'm still a mother. I'm just not a.
You got a man hiding somewhere.
My son is becoming a man, so I will no longer be.
He's not a man until he moves out of the house.
Well, I'm not throwing him out of the house, so.
So then you're a single mother for life, then, baby girl.
Nah, man.
We can get you in the burqa and we can change your life. All right, you just gotta pray 5 times a day.
Oh
You
yeah.
know what I mean? We already got Tino.
Facing
we
the
already
east,
got
bobble in
Tino
my
on the
head.
phone.
Head bobble. No way. No way. No way. So
Yeah.
Lord.
So hold on before you go there. D- Does anyone know if in the Bibles, right, if they ever speak about like other planets or the life on other planets?
Christians don't believe that.
Life on
No,
other
not that I
planets?
know of.
Nah,
So
I'm
No,
not-
no,
I'm
no.
not-
They don't believe in that.
Not directly.
okay,
If it is.
okay.
Supposedly,
So there
humans are
was
the only
no
ones that are.
mention. So there was
Mhm.
no mention of other stars and other moons and other planets and nothing like that in the Bibles, right?
Not directly.
Why not though? Isn't this totally
No, there's
God's
mention of the
Well, there
orchestration?
is the mention of the star that guided the three wise men to Jesus. I understand that is kind of like the North Star,
Yep,
North
the North
Star,
Star.
something
Right,
like
but he's
that.
talking about it within our galaxy. I think Moon Chaser is talking about other galaxies, right? That's where
What-
you're going to lead
Ah,
to.
But
Yeah,
their
that
talks of
makes sense.
heaven and hell are basically other realms, other dimensions. You know what I mean?
They're not named
So,
by the names that we know them as, but
oh, tell us, Tina. Tell us, baby.
I
Help
mean,
us out.
it clearly mentions like, the moon, the sun, the stars. I'm not sure if the planets. I would assume the planets probably in the Old Testament, but yeah, just not. But actual
So
life on those planets, no.
What about the
so
Book of
do you
Enoch?
believe? So do you believe that there's life in
Enoch
on
believes
other planets? Do you think there's life somewhere else?
not human life.
There's a
Do you think there's
possibility
any
that's
life? Any life?
Somebody
Any life?
told me that they believe that we came from another planet.
yeah. I think we came from Mars.
You think?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, there
We
is a
definitely came from
reason.
somewhere else.
There is a reason why they don't talk about the Sumerians in school, because in their writings they said that there were the, I understand it was called the Anunnaki. There were these beings that came down
Anunnaki,
from the heavens and gave people their knowledge. And
That
that's
is
how the Sumerians
the Book of
got
Enoch.
their knowledge. But notice that they're not talking about God, Jehovah. They're talking about beings that came down from the heavens.
That's
So
what the
it
Egyptians
suggests-
believe.
it suggests extraterrestrials.
But what if we're the extraterrestrials? And what if Adam and Eve, right, actually crash landed on Earth? Think about it.
Wait,
By
they came on a magic carpet? With how they got here?
By accident, they crash landed on Earth, right? And then other people try to come rescue them, but because our freaking atmosphere is so dense, they couldn't get through, right? You know what I'm saying? Through it, so they couldn't get back, right? So Adam had all these hoes he had to impregnate, you know what I'm saying? And we know hoes like to get pregnant, you know what I mean?
And that's when Lord's mama came in and smacked him upside his head, like, boy, what you talking about? Get the F out of here.
No, I just started reading the Book of Enoch, and Enoch goes into detail about some of this stuff. The Anunnaki, well, they call it the Anunnaki, but it was the
Where
fallen
them
angels.
hoes at?
Make it rain, okay? So make it rain.
Oh.
Make it rain.
Man, we're bloody at right now.
So you're ready for the strip club, my guy.
Where you at, buddy?
Puppy.
You're ready to make it rain, my guy.
Oh my God.
But yeah, the Book of Enoch talks about how the fallen angels came down and taught men all these things.
That's why it was edited out of the Bible.
They taught men about astrology. They taught them how to make weapons out of like different metals. They taught them how to put makeup on their eyes. They taught them about using roots and
Hold on. So angels taught humans how to put makeup on their eyes?
the beautifying of the lids. Yes, I think that's why in ancient
And what were the angels called?
So angels were bad bitches out here. That's what you're telling me.
Not makeup like we do today, but
angels were bad bitches. You got Cardi B.
Speaking of that makeup, I'm buying the eyeliner they used to use because that is so.
The Cole.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember my Muslim friends used to use that. But yeah, so the fallen angels taught humans all that stuff, all that knowledge that that they had back then. And then so that's part of what Enoch goes into, and then of course it goes into the Nephilim, the giants, and all that.
So what are giants at now, though?
they got wiped. Well, most of them got wiped out during the flood, which is actually part of the reason why the flood happened. It wasn't just because man had become so wicked. That was part of the reason, but it's also because the human bloodline had been diluted by the fallen angels that had babies with women and created the Nephilim.
So there you go, women again. Single month, sign it up.
And the women are said to have later become what are now the sirens or the mermaids.
So you believe in mermaids?
You know how me and Tina feel about those.
I know.
Y'all believe in mermaids?
Yes.
Oh my God, they believe
They're
in
water
me.
signs. Come on, man. Especially Tina.
So you guys believe in mermaids, but you don't believe
They believe in
And
Bigfoot
sirens.
too.
Sirens more specifically to me.
But you don't believe
sirens?
that there could be
What?
life on another planet?
I believe that. I can believe that as well. I don't know I can't focus myself on anything because we don't know for sure. So,
All right, so let's say
I don't know
there
who's
is
right.
like
I don't want to count Jesus out, but I also don't want to count out other people's beliefs in how their religion functions. Like I don't know who's right.
Hey, I
All right,
will
but
say
let's say
a lot of major religions mention Jesus. They may not think he's the son of God, but they all mention him, but they don't mention each other. Just putting that.
They mention him by name. Are you saying that, Tina?
Yeah,
That
the Muslims believe in Jesus.
mention. Muslims.
Christianity.
Muslims believe in Jesus as a prophet, not as the son of God.
No, that's what I'm saying. They may not necessarily believe in him as the son of God, but
Jesus' whole backstory is very similar to other religions that's older than Christianity and Jewish fucking religion. So I just think like the message of that individual has been passed down so much throughout the time of humans being on Earth that there could have been someone like that, probably not a son of God, but probably someone who believed in a higher power, right? And was probably trying to do good in the world, and they crucified him for it, or they probably killed him for it, because we all know that the government and society kills people who do good and tries to unite people. Look at Martin Luther King got killed, Malcolm X got killed, Michael Jackson was killed, Prince was killed. You know what I mean?
Those are all black people.
That is true, but there are also white people who were killed for doing.
Well, hold up, isn't Jesus black too?
I put a white Jesus on my thumbnail just to trigger me. Nobody mentioned it.
I don't
know.
Can we
discuss that? Is Jesus black or white?
He's Korean. I work
He's
in
in between. He's in between.
Yeah, we have to know for certain if he actually even existed, because we don't really know that. There is
there's numerous non-biblical texts that talk about Jesus.
There's no non-biblical text.
There is no but there is no independent historical account from a written source that says that he actually existed. There is this myth that people think that everybody around the area where Jesus was everybody was illiterate and they couldn't read or write, and that's not true. There were a lot of historians and writers and people that could have written independent accounts of him and the miracles, because he supposedly performed all of these big spectacular miracles, but there is not a single independent account of any of it. So we don't know we don't know for certain if he actually existed. I mean,
there
are a lot of
is a few. I recently actually
the gospel. Okay, but the gospels contradict each other.
Outside of the Bible,
can you pull some up right now, Tina? All jokes aside, can you pull some up right now so we can see? Because I've never heard of it, so I would like to know.
My mom actually believes Jesus walked the earth. Now, is he the son of God? Like she would say,
no. Kung Fu. He's Kung Fu. He's Kung Fu. Then if he walked the earth. That's
well, you know what I mean. Like he actually existed. He's a person who actually existed and probably did some things to be mentioned the way Tina says.
Wasn't he a carpenter or something like that? Right?
He was a carpenter. He had sex with the prostitute, and he had kids and all this.
He was in a prostitute.
Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdalene was
what he looks like.
Mary Magdalene.
When it comes to what he looked like, a lot of people, most people believe that he was this handsome white man with the long hair and all of that.
If you look at
I actually said she wasn't that attractive.
If you look at paintings from like the 1400s in Russia and a lot of other countries in Europe, Jesus is depicted as being brown or black.
Hold up, did Xtina just
Even
say
Mary,
that
right?
Jesus ugly?
Mary.
I'm not saying he's ugly, but there is a verse that alludes to him not being super like attractive in the face. Yeah.
Well, Revelations does say something about what he looked like, and it's not how he is portrayed in all of the churches around the world, where he is this handsome man with the long hair. That's a portrait. That is a portrait. That's a portrait of an Italian man, I think from the 15th century, called Cesar Borgia.
Yeah.
You can look it up. That was an Italian aristocrat and warlord.
But they had to put his
likeness out there as the representation of Jesus, but
because
that
the
was
author
an Italian
defines
light.
the definition, and for the author, since they were coming over here on this side of the world to force feed us Christianity, they had to look like them.
But Christianity is actually it wasn't even started in Europe. It was started in like Syria. I think like one of the oldest Christian Bible is in Ethiopia. So I think it's like that.
And the oldest church is in Ethiopia.
Yeah,
but
the oldest church is also in Ethiopia as well.
Well, didn't the Crusades had something to do with the Europeans getting a handhold of this so-called Bible religion and making it what they felt it should be today, and then all these little branches broke off of Christianity? That's why they came over here and they presented it to our ancestors that way?
No, what I think happened is, I possibly think happened is there were Arabs and Africans inside of Europe far before Europeans was inside Africa, because Africans actually taught Europeans like hygiene, basically.
Moors.
Right?
I heard the Moors aren't African.
Yeah. And Arabs taught Europeans and other people about mathematics, right? So I think at that point when they started to rise out of barbarism and kind of unify, then they kind of used basically that religion to control the masses and then spread the word pretty much to everyone. Because if you really look at it, people who truly value something more is people that's originally not from that area, right? Like if you look at like children, right? The child that loves the family and it's more dutiful for the family, it's like usually like the offset child, right? It could be the adopted child, could be the half sibling, right? So people who are not originally from something, like people, like look at immigrants in America. Immigrants value the American values far more than people who are born in America, right? That's just how it is. They just co-opted a lot better. So that's what I think happened. Like they co-opted, they used it, and they just pushed it to everyone. They pushed it to Asia. They pushed it to different parts of Africa. And, you know what I mean? That was it. Murder, she wrote.
Excuse
Wow,
me, but
you summarized it lovely. Yes, Jose.
actually, to Christina's point, when she talked about when Jesus didn't look all that great, actually in Isaiah chapter 53, verse 2 does state the following, that he had no stately form or majestic splendor that we should look upon him, nor handsome in appearance that would be attracted to him. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if you take a look at that verse, and at face value, it makes it sound like that Jesus look kind of plain looking.
But did Jesus get hosed though, bitches and shit? You know what I mean?
What happened?
Did Jesus get hosed? That's all I really want to know. Did he get hosed?
You sure did.
Oh, okay.
Well, that is the allegation
Yes,
that
yes,
Mary
exactly.
Magdalene was his significant other.
I believe it. His mom was a hoe too. Like if you
Was
really
Jesus-
think
Well, I wouldn't go into saying
his
all
mom.
that.
Okay, so you're gonna tell me that she never had sex with her husband, but she got pregnant. That's whole behavior right there. Respectfully, it's whole behavior. With all due respect.
I do believe that Joseph was told by somebody to be the cleanup man, because that's basically what he was.
So you're trying to say Joseph was the first stepdad? Damn.
Wow.
The first no one, maybe he was.
They had children after him. It wasn't like he was just taking care of the Son of God and
Yes, yeah.
Right.
Listen, she
No,
lied.
maybe
She was like,
I understand that Jose did. Joseph did. Didn't Joseph have children from another woman before Mary?
Oh, I don't.
Maybe he
I
did.
thought it
Well,
was with her.
maybe I got it wrong. Maybe I got it wrong. But
No, he was married before.
there were other kids. There were
Yeah,
other
yeah, he
kids.
was married before.
Well, the Bible doesn't record it either way, whether he did or did not.
So, do you believe the Bible verbatim, Jose?
Okay, I would say this: the parts of the Bible that I believe literally, and there's
Tread
parts
lightly,
of the Bible
Jose. Tread lightly.
it's more of an allegory.
No, no,
Like for example,
Uh-huh.
when Jesus said, "If your eyes cause you to sin, pluck it out. If your hand causes you to sin, chop it off." I don't interpret that as literally I'm going to pluck off my eye or chop off my hand or chop off my foot. I interpret that as eliminating those things of my life that would lead me to sin.
So, do you believe in the First Testament, the Old Testament, or the New Testament, or both?
You're supposed to.
Not Jews don't believe in the New Testament. They believe in the Old.
The Old
No, but
Testament
you're
is
supposed
far
to.
better.
Okay, but we need to understand something, and this is my understanding, that the Jewish people were looking for someone. Their type of Messiah would be like another Moses or another David or another Joshua. So when Jesus came talking about loving your enemies and what have you, with a lot of Jewish people, that did not sit very well because they were under Roman domination.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole turning the other cheek. I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense if you're trying to preserve yourself.
I definitely don't believe in that. I believe in tit for tat. I'm petty.
Well, that's Moses. That's thinking like Moses. Because he was the one who said, no, he was the one who said eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. So yeah, that's Moses' mentality, and that's how it is with them folks, certain people here in the United States. They claim to be all religious and Jesus Christ this, Jesus Christ that, and they preach that to other people, but they themselves, they have their guns and they're ready to use them if they feel like you are doing wrong to them. So they claim to love Jesus, but they have more of a Moses mentality.
Yeah, like the ones that claim to love Jesus and touch little boys.
Facts. Shout out to touching little boys. That's disrespectful. You know what I mean?
My mom always said, how can they consider themselves like, dedicated to God or Jesus Christ and not live as a human being? Human beings are attracted to, the opposite sex. So how can you be celibate? Like wasn't even realistic. She never believed in that. The nuns.
Your mom didn't believe in celibacy?
And priests and nuns having celibacy? No.
Oh. I actually think nuns and priests should just be smacking. Like if you're gonna have like, you know what I mean? Like if you're gonna be like, yo, you can't sleep with anyone else. Might as well just let the nuns marry the priest and let them have a family like that. And then
do you know what those nuns used to look like?
It's already happening.
Marry those nuns.
But it don't matter. Most people are ugly anyway, so like that's not even a big deal. You know what I
mean? But that's what should have happened, right? Instead of priests trying to priests doing what they did to little altar boys and stuff like that. That's what they should have did.
Well, there's probably it's probably a lot of things that used to happen. There's probably something that happened in the past which forced the Catholic Church to say priests are not allowed to take family. It probably had to do with war. It probably had something to do with war. And because I think in Rome, during the Roman times, they didn't want soldiers to get married. A lot of armies actually didn't want that to happen. So it probably had something to do with in war times. And that tradition just carried on throughout the years, right? And no one ever decided to change it because, no one has a brain, clearly. But I digress. But yeah, my mom actually like she actually saved me from getting touched because where I lived at in the Bronx, there was like this Catholic, like there's a Catholic church like around the corner, and on my same block, right, there was like a kind of like a building that was kind of owned by these Catholics. I don't really know, but and all the kids used to go there and hang out. And I used to hang out sometimes. My mom was like, "Yo, don't ever go in there. Don't ever go in there. I don't want to see you ever go in there." I'm like, "Oh, you just like you're doing too much." No.
Trying to keep you from having fun, like most of our parents are like, "Yo,
yeah." I thought she was trying to keep me from having fun. Years later, I'm an adult. Find out they shut the place down because they were touching little kids.
Wow.
Right? And mind you, I used to raise hell as a child, right? With my mom. That shit I'm thankful for because it's like, yo, what's going on? You know what I mean? Because like I would have never expected. They seem nice. The fathers seem nice.
Yo, Daddy.
Adults seem nice. Yo, what do you expect from the Bronx?
Shut it, Danny. We don't count those nasty ass priests.
Listen, most of them were Puerto Rican, Daddy. So relax. Relax.
No, they weren't.
Okay.
It was a good amount
I gotta
of
defend my bodies. Hell to the no.
It was a good
See, I'm a cop a plea right now, Danny. I was
good
born
amount
in
of
Brooklyn, though.
and Anglo whites. It was a good amount of them.
They were
Right?
definitely
And my
white.
mom was like, never go in there. And I was just like, why? What's wrong with you? Everyone's chilling. This is our party spot.
You know what's sad though, Lord? Your mom knew, but why didn't people call them out on that back then? Because I know, like they'd be like, yeah, we know they're doing something, right? But nobody wanted to step in and say jack about it.
One of those open secrets. One of those open secrets that people just keep their mouth shut about. Because they don't want to appear like they're disrespecting the institution.
There you go,
No,
Danny.
my mother said she didn't know. She said she didn't know, but she said it felt they just felt off. Like they were so focused on children rather than like the community.
My mom always say that when adults want to focus on kids like that too much, like that doesn't.
She said it, and it wasn't like programs for kids. There was just just hanging out, like a hangout. Yeah. So my mom also wouldn't let me be an altar boy either. When I was in like the Boy Scouts, I would go to like this Catholic church. I usually went to a Baptist church because it was so close to my house. My mom could literally see the church, so she let me go to a Baptist church, and one of her friends went there. But when I was in the Boy Scouts is a part of the Catholic Church, I wanted to be an altar boy, and she was like, yeah, no, you're not going to do that. And I was just like, why not? She was like, yeah, no, you're not doing that. And shit like that. It's like...
No, but yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's something that, to my understanding, the whole thing of abusing kids has been happening for like hundreds of years, if not 1,000 years. Most recently, there was this scandal that came out of Portugal, at the Catholic Church in Portugal, where there were cases of like almost 5,000 children have been abused since 1950. By the Catholic Church in Portugal. So that's just the latest. It's a damning report that came out. So it has been happening in so many other places. So that really needs to be addressed. And the thing is that the Vatican, they want to keep their mouth shut about it. Remember what happened with Benedict? I mean, that he had to step down because it had to do with that, with all of these scandals with the child abuse that is happening with the Catholic Church, and they don't really do anything about it.
Have you heard about the cases in Boston that the Boston Herald broke? It really makes you question white privilege when you hear about all the Irish kids that got.
I think it happened to them because they believed it more. Like they have more faith in their priests. Because I saw documentaries where they said that the priests used to come visit certain homes and they would stay there. And the parents would leave the kids with the priest. Like that would have never been my mom. Like get the F out of here. But yeah, it's mostly the Irish. They were super Catholic. I don't know if it happened with any Italians, but it definitely happened with the Irish.
The Irish definitely let the priest tickle their fancy.
Definitely. Maybe they were afraid of us because my mom was sinister to those priests, I believe.
excuse me, I truly believe that at some point we are going to have a married clergy in the Catholic Church, but we're not going to see it in our lifetime. And the reason why I say that, because they do allow Episcopalian priests who are married to become Catholic priests, and they don't ask them to leave their wives. So in a sense, we do have a small married clergy to begin with. So I think we will have a married clergy in the Catholic Church, but we're not going to see it in our lifetimes.
No, many young Catholic priests, they just change religions if they want to get married. They just become a priest of another Christian denomination that allows them to get married. I've seen it happen before. That's what they're gonna have to do. I mean, they want to remain priest, they can do that, but just change the denomination. Don't be a Catholic priest.
Sometimes they used to say that the priests used to go into the priesthood to hide their attractions and their lust for people.
Well, you know, churches used to be sanctuaries. Like if you made it to a church, no one would do anything to you in it, and you could get refuge from the Catholic Church because it had so much power.
That's why when the mafiosos used to go and to confess their sins to confession with the priest, they'll kill somebody, confess it with the priest.
Oh yeah, but that's the whole thing. That's kind of the problem. That's kind of the problem with the Catholic religion, because you could be committing murder, but if you say 4 Hail Marys or something, and you are considered to be forgiving, and it's too cheap. It cheapens the whole thing about accountability and being punished if necessary for committing such a heinous crime. I mean, you can apply that to the mobster, the very mobster that was just being mentioned, and you see them in the movies or in The Sopranos, and they seem to be very religious because they are all the God, and they do the gesture of the cross on top of them, that may he rest in peace, so and so. I mean, but these were like a bunch of killers, these mobsters, but they respect the religion and they respect the God.
They go see Father Joe. Father Joe says, say 2 Our Fathers and 10 Hail Marys, and God will forgive you. And they do the sign of the cross. En nombre del Padre, Hijo, Espíritu Santo, y pa'l carajo.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's kind of too easy to get out of it. I mean, I couldn't be one of those.
Well, it was convenient for them, and
I will still have a conscience.
It was convenient for them, and it's exactly what Lord said about privilege, because they got privilege that way. Because none of us did that. I never heard of any Latinos committing crimes and going to the churches and say, you know, Father,
I have.
Forgive me for I have sinned, and the priest lets them get away with it.
It make like national news.
Really?
It's make national news.
Like, cool.
Listen, it's not that kind of stuff. It's not subject. Like, there's sick people everywhere. You know, I actually think you know what's funny? I actually think in England, priests can have wives.
Really? But they're not priests. They're Protestants, right? They're not really priests.
No, they're Protestant. I don't know about that.
I don't know what they are. But I think they can have. They might be Protestant.
He watched another dude with a gun in his hand, and it wasn't a pretty sight, right?
It's not even a real. It's not a real gun because it's too light. Look at the way he's holding the gun. It's too light.
Oh, okay. He showed his bullets.
That doesn't mean those are real bullets.
Oh, God.
He lives in New York. He doesn't have a real gun.
What? I'm gonna plead the fifth on that one.
And it doesn't even sound like a real gun. It doesn't even sound like a real gun when he cracks that thing.
What you said, Jose?
There may be Anglicans, you know, from the Church of England.
Yeah, the Church of England. Yes, that's what they are.
Okay. Okay. I never heard of that.
Okay, Moonchaser, that magazine better be only 10 rounds. If that's true, is that a real thing?
You got 2 gun pros here on the panel, Moonchaser.
It's not even a real gun. Like nobody has a gun with a white top. You know what I mean? The white.
That's not true. I actually had a 25 with a pink handle.
Oh my God! Let me find out.
With pink handle.
RuPaul
I
chicks
know they
are
got
over
little
here.
cute guns for
You know?
women, so I don't
Okay,
know.
well, yeah, that can be customized. Having a white slide, I mean, it's not very practical, but yeah, that can be done.
No, that's not real. That's not real.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I can tell the way you hold it. It looks
I would.
so fucking
I wouldn't.
light
I
to
wouldn't
hold
have had.
it.
I wouldn't have put that on camera.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, James Rogers says, why this just happens on your channel?
Because
What
you know
happened?
it's so crazy. Because I'm looking at my cell phone, and if there were comments that were deleted, I can see it from my cell phone, and I don't see that. So I
No, there
don't. So
wasn't
I'm
no
thinking
comments
maybe
deleted.
it's the way. Because sometimes if you type it a certain way, YouTube used to always pull them back. So I don't know. I don't see that. So I don't know what he's talking about. Because if he's not a mod, oh, he is a mod. So James, who's doing it? Call him out. Who's doing it? Because you can see. Like when I mod on other channels, I can see if the comment gets deleted, and it'll tell you who's deleting the channel. I mean the comments. Them guns too big to conceal, though. Oh, so you can see that if they hide it or if they delete the comment. If YouTube holds it for a mod to release it, you can see who deletes the comment. You can't see who releases the comment, but you can see who deletes the comment. That I know.
No, I checked. There's none deleted. I checked already.
I can see it on my cell phone. I don't see that. So it's God. You would have thought God was here like yesterday and today, because I swear every Good Friday is always cloudy and gloomy, and the thunder was like ridiculous yesterday. Like, I'm like, what the hell?
That's the Lord. That's Allah. You know what I mean?
I'm
Telling you to pray. Get on your knees and pray.
Alhamdulillah.
Yahweh.
Alhamdulillah.
Astaghfirullah.
Listen, man, I'm about to be a Muslim. I ain't put you in a burqa. Call it a day.
No, none of that. None of that. Please, none of that. Only if you believe, not follow.
Allah Akbar.
Shit. I don't know. You in the Bronx, Moon Chaser, they're gonna come get you. All them ox gonna be at your door like do.
No, it's not.
Listen, they gotta go through a lot of gates to get me.
Yeah. Oh.
Man, I'll learn how to be a mod. Who's James Rogers?
He's someone who frequents our channels.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, he's been around.
I don't be on YouTube, only the YouTube streets no more. You know what I'm saying?
I know, man. You're incognito, but you've been liking my videos. You like my videos?
Yeah, you guys be having some funny videos. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I like Christina's new videos.
Which one?
My
Christina got a few
go to 3 weeks.
Let him answer.
Sure.
Which ones, Muchesa?
You know, the ones of her, you know, talking and stuff.
You know, so Muchesa, when you going live, Muchesa, you've been holding out on us. Like, what the F?
Yeah, I've been working hard, man. I hardly get a chance to do anything.
Here we go.
I be tired. I get home, I look at my computers, and they just sit there. Like, I work hard. What you talking about?
Oh, just quit, bro. You don't need to work.
I know it's easier just to be in the chat instead of being in the panel.
Quit,
Hell
get
yeah.
no food stamps.
I wish, man.
Did you say
I'll take
EBT?
Shit.
Okay, James. Yeah, let me know if you see it. And I wonder whose comments are being held anymore. Because just about everybody here has a wrench, so nobody's comments.
Actually, I don't have a wrench.
Oh, you don't have a wrench?
Oh,
bueno.
You gotta pay $20 for the wrench.
Oh,
Well,
man.
but Jose, you barely stay in the chat anyway. You come right up to the panel.
She's trying to say she ain't giving you no wrench, Jose.
No, I'm trying to say it wouldn't even make a difference.
She said she ain't giving you no wrench, Jose. Take her wrench, Jose.
Well, now that I think about it, I don't have a wrench on Jose's channel.
Oh, look at that.
I don't have one either,
I
man.
think about that. You don't?
No.
On my channel?
Nope.
Mentira.
No, I was just looking. I don't see it.
Really? Let me see.
Yeah. I'm hurt.
Well, you know what? Now that I think of it too, I don't have a wrench on your channel either. Ramon.
Ooh.
That's why
Well,
she ain't
I
giving you
mean,
no wrench.
well, I'm asking. You didn't ask.
I mean, I didn't even realize it, but do you? I mean, you know, okay, I'm gonna have to do a review because before I hit the like button, something popped up about the wrenches and all that. What'd you say?
Well,
Jose? I'm
Marina,
sorry.
you're still mod on my channel. Also, Fulana as well.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he said it's okay, Morena. He don't need
I
your
haven't been on
stinking
in a
wrench.
while.
Jose said, I don't need your stinking wrench.
Shut
Let her know. Let her
Don't
know,
make
Jose.
it more than
I'm gonna take everybody's wrench. I've been on other channels and these YouTubers, they be like, I'm just gonna take everybody's wrench. Then it's just gonna give it back.
Oh man. Uh-oh.
Well, I mean,
she's
it's no
starting
big
getting
deal.
us
What's
now.
going on here? It's not like I got like 50,000 people in the chat. So what difference would it make? It's the regular.
why
It's
sound-
exactly what
why
Danny
sound
said.
like
It feels like old times.
Why it sound like you threatening us though?
Huh? That's not a threat. That's like, you know,
You said I'm taking everybody wrench.
I'm gonna like start over, start from scratch.
Yeah. Take everybody wrench except mine and then start from scratch.
Of course.
You were the first one to get a wrench. Lisa, stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, see.
Mine is grandfathered in.
All right.
So is everybody the Easter talked out? I mean, what about Christmas? Okay. So, and this I heard from my ex about the Christmas tree being something like satanic almost. Anybody want to shed some light on that Christmas tree, Roy?
Pagan, not necessarily satanic, but pagan.
No, it's more. It's
something that has to do with children and.
It has to do with Nimrod.
That's my last name, Pagan.
Pagan.
Pagan? Oh, okay.
Same difference.
It's not the same.
No, it's not the same.
I told my teacher that all the time. I said, my name is Pagan. She goes, Pagan. She always called me Pagan.
No,
that must have been tiresome to deal with that.
Yeah.
I can only imagine, dude.
Having
to say over and over, no, it's Pagan. It's pronounced Pagan, not pagan.
Like, yeah, there's a little accent.
You want to end up saying like stupid. It's Pagan. Stop saying pagan.
There's a little slash over the A on top of the A to let you know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, the acento.
Well, for years I've heard people pronounce my name Negron. It's Negron.
They didn't say Negron. They didn't say Negro.
Negron.
Trust me, they Americanized my name, my first and my last name, and it sounds weird. But Irish people, they all say it the same way. So.
No, when it comes to mine, I just tell people, okay, you can say Raymond. That's fine. You can say Raymond.
Oh, here they say Marina they
call you Marina. They call you Marina.
Marina. Somebody was like, "Did I say that right, Marina?"
No.
So that's phonetically, so they can say it correctly, huh?
Okay, so that is your actual first name, Morena? That's your actual first name?
No, not at all.
What did you say, Mucheza?
I said, what's your real name again?
Christina.
You know it's
such a stalker.
It's there. If you look behind it, it's not hidden nowhere. Her information's out there. Her name, that is.
Oh, her address too. That's right.
Nah, let me get that social, yo, so I can take out some credit for all that.
What?
I want some of that. I want that social. I'm in social, Tina, so I can take out
my
some
first
credit.
name, they Americanized it so much, and it sounds really right.
Marina.
So you were saying about Christmas? So you were saying about Christmas?
Yeah, the Christmas tree. Could anybody elaborate on that? Tina said Nimrod.
Yeah, there's a few stories to do with the Christmas tree, but I think the oldest one or the original one has to do with Nimrod. Nimrod is actually mentioned in the Bible, but Nimrod, he had married his mother, or he took his mother as his wife, and he ends up dying, and his body was like cut up, scattered, whatever. But the mom or the wife, whatever you want to call her, she basically started saying that what was it, that all of his body parts were missing except for his male member, and that he had basically gone off to like the sun. He
Johnson
basically turned him into like a god, a sun god,
Mm-hmm.
But she was pregnant with his baby, and the how does it? So the way it ties into the Christmas tree is she basically said that there was like an evergreen tree that sprang out of roots of where like a dead tree previously was, and that was supposed to like symbolize the like basically almost like him being reincarnated through the new life of his son. And so Nimrod would, I guess his spirit, I don't know, would come to visit that evergreen tree every year on December 25th and leave gifts under it. So it has something to do with that. The whole Christmas tree aspect. Again, there's some.
I don't remember all that. I've heard of Nimrod, but didn't know the story. Like, I remember bits and pieces of stuff. I don't know. I guess out of sight, out of mind. It's like I don't remember all of it.
No, so apparently is Nimrod, and then there's something else. The log. Oh, what is it?
The Yuletide log. The Yuletide log.
Yeah, and then that symbolizes his son Tammuz.
Oh.
Yeah, the son of him and the mom.
That's but of course that would predate Christianity. Apparently, it is mentioned in the Bible, the whole thing about cutting down a tree, but it's kind of talked down to. In Jeremiah 10, it says, "For the customs of the peoples are worthless. They cut a tree out of the forest, and a craftsman shapes it with his chisel. They adorn it with silver and gold. They fasten it with hammer and nails so it will not totter." I mean, apparently that's like the only thing that is being mentioned about taking a tree and doing something with it, but it's kind of talked down to.
I've heard people use those verses you just said. I've heard people say, "Oh yeah, that's referring to the Christmas tree," but then I've heard people say that it's actually referring to another celebration they used to do. So I don't know.
What was the verse you just said? It cut everything cut off. My thing got really weird. I was like, "Oh."
You couldn't hear what I just said?
No, I didn't hear all of it. What was the verse you just said?
Oh, okay. It's in Jeremiah 10. The verse goes, "For the customs of the peoples are worthless. They cut a tree out of the forest, and a craftsman shapes it with his chisel. They adorn it with silver and gold. They fasten it with hammer and nails so it will not totter."
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I thought that there was no such thing in the Bible, but I made a quick search, and apparently there is a verse that refers to a tree.
And how does the mistletoe come into play?
Well,
I have no idea.
Actually, a lot of the customs comes from the Romans.
The mistletoe? Man, that's probably the Germans.
But where did the Romans get it from? Because the Romans stole a lot of shit from the Egyptians. Like, make no mistake, they stole a lot of shit from the Egyptians.
Word is on YouTube when you watch these debates is that the Bible mirrors the whatever you call the Egyptian religion was. It's like the same thing. Like every biblical name is representative of an Egyptian god or something or goddess. Like
well, the Jesus myth itself, it can be linked to Horus. According to the Egyptian myth of Horus, he was also born of a virgin, had 12 disciples. He walked on water, delivered a sermon on the mount, performed miracles, healed the sick, and was executed beside 2 thieves. That's Horus, not Jesus. So yeah, they started. That's why I keep saying Jesus may not have existed. It's just he's represented by an earlier myth of another culture. You can look this up. I'm not making this up. You can look it up.
I believe you. I'm glad I'm stronger than that. Oh, Jesus. But it would.
Well, one difference is that he's supposed to die for the sins of the world, where Horus didn't. So that's what makes him unique.
Because while Horus is too busy getting them bitches pregnant out there.
Yeah, they had to change it slightly, but the concept of Jesus and Mary and Joseph and God and all that supposedly was taken from the Egyptians.
Right, but one of the things still is that most of their so-called miracles could be explained by science. So that even in the Bible, when the Egyptians were going against Moses, they had their little magicians, and Moses' magic worked better than theirs, right? Because it was God versus mankind, casting spells.
So you believe Moses was using magic?
Moses
No,
is not a real
not that he
person.
was using magic. He was using God, and the sorcerers were using magic, what they call magic. But those are scientific tricks.
So how were they using sorcery and Moses was using God? How did he use God? How did he conjure up?
It was still sorcery. I mean, there are
Oh,
many
see, that's what
instances
I
of witchcraft. There are many instances of witchcraft in
It
done
explains it
with the permission of God. So
it explains it with making the river red. God makes the river blood.
Yeah, all of the plagues. That was witchcraft.
But making it red.
So, yeah, Santeria. That was Santeria.
No, brujeria, no Santeria, brujeria.
Tú me hiciste brujeria.
Yeah, but you could test for blood and instead of coloring it red. There's two different things. And other things where you can duplicate with science. Where the miracle, something that's a miracle is not duplicated by science. That's what makes it a miracle. Because science can't explain it. That's what a miracle is.
Science can explain most things from the Bible, right?
No, it can't.
Yes, it can.
Well, we wouldn't need the word miracle then if that was the case.
Well, there are no actual miracles that ever happen. Like, I don't want to argue religion, right?
Not religion, just the word meaning.
Well, I understand. Miracles is because in that era, people didn't have who put that white Jesus, that white devil up there. Because in that era, they didn't have an understanding of the world like we do, so they couldn't explain it. That's why. And like, if you really believe slaves built the pyramids, you're probably crazy, right? Like, I think you're crazy, but that's just me being, who I am. Because there's no way that slaves built the pyramids. There's no way. Not even. No. Do you understand how thick and large those freaking granite blocks are? They're massive. They're massive. There's no way that slaves built those pyramids.
The Giants built them.
The Giants did build them, Tina. The Giants did. Yes, you are right. There were giants that happened to be wiped away in the floods.
Hey, they got depictions of the giants in their Egyptian pictures and shit.
Yeah, but they don't show them building the pyramids. Nobody really knows. I mean, if you go into Khufu's pyramid, there is not a single writing in there. I mean, everything is blank in there, so nobody really knows.
Yeah, I'm just
nobody
saying.
really knows who built it. And if you see all of the paintings, because there are copious amounts of paintings in other buildings and in newer pyramids, and that tells you who built it. They were very sure. All of the pharaohs, they were very sure to make everybody know who built what. But when it comes to the Great Pyramid, there is not a single writing inside, so nobody really knows who built it. And when it comes to the precision, when it comes to the precision of the pyramids, and there were this, every single block was at least 1 or 2 tons, and to several tons, and they were still positioned in very precise manner, and they were cut so perfectly that they were put, those stone blocks were put on top of the other, and you can barely see. It's very difficult to see where one block ends and the other begins, because that's how precise the cut, how precisely cut they were.
It's also crazy considering how far away that material was. It was like hundreds of miles away, and they brought it back to that area or whatever. I don't know. However,
yeah, it's kind of like where the extraterrestrials come in, and they have levitation machinery, and that's what that's what they start talking about, that because it's very difficult to conceive that that they had people with kind of like a few tree logs, and they were rolling them over from such a long distance, and they were so precisely cut, because at the time of the building of the pyramids, that was supposed to be like the Bronze Age, and bronze tools cannot cut through that limestone. I mean, that limestone is too hard.
Well, there's a theory that Egypt has had separate like eras, right? So that what you see in the structures that you find inside the pyramids, there's like different types of structures made from different material. One is clearly manufactured far better than the other structures. So there's a theory that essentially some people just settled in this area, right? And what was wrong with Blue Jays? They just settled in the area and they just claimed that area as for themselves. And all that stuff was created far long ago.
My
right?
love is in the building.
Oh my God.
So
Far
Crazy
long-
Boy pops up and then she pops up. Thank you,
Yeah.
Blood Moon.
And we found out Blood Moon was smashing Crazy Boy.
You know, that's I'm like me, Crazy Boy.
Blood Moon, take your hands off my son. All right? You pervert. She's a teacher too, so you know she's a pervert. You know these new teachers are perverts.
Oh man,
Yeah, they like the kids.
Yeah.
They like the young ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like the religious aspects of how different religions like coincide together. It's really because you know what I really find funny, that up to a certain point in time, most religions have multiple gods.
Yes.
Right, and even in you say Christianity, they kind of tried to turn it into a multiple God scenario with the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. But then they tried to unite them three together. Basically, somebody probably was just high and it was like, "Yo, this is a good idea. Let's write this shit in, bro." You know what I mean? That's at least my opinion. Like, it just seems that all that shit just seems made up. But I'm not trying to judge anyone's religion. No disrespect to your religion, people.
You say
But
that
it-
because
but
people acting
even-
consistently with it? Is that what it is?
Well, I'm
People
just
are
saying, like,
hypocrites.
if you like when I was younger, I read the Bible. If you read the Bible, a lot of the Bible is basically made up of short stories, right? A bunch of short stories, right? And these short stories are supposed to take place in different times in history. Basically, if you read it, that's what it seems like. But if you really focus on the Old Testament itself, all of it just seems implausible, right? It just all seems implausible. Like the Earth being 6,000 years old, like that's already been debunked. It's already been debunked, right?
Where did you
clearly,
get this 6,000 years? Where did you get this?
That's-
Where did you get this?
that is the
Creationists
common-
say that. That's what creationists say, that the earth, everything, the universe has only been around for 6,000 years.
No, that's
Yeah,
certain,
that's-
certain Christians that say that. Not all Christians believe that.
No, but that's why I'm saying the creationists.
All right, but there's nowhere in the Bible that says the time frame. So I guess
Well,
they're getting it from
well,
after the flood, where Noah, after Noah's flood. I guess that's where they're starting because that's when things started over again.
So where's the ark?
So
though?
maybe
Why
that's
ain't
what they're
find the
counting, but
ark?
I'm not sure if it's the.
Well, I'm sure that the scholars
Because it
are
withered away.
always debating that when it comes to the age of everything, the universe, the earth, and so on. I'm sure that you can ask different scholars, and different scholars are going to tell you something different. So it's up in
The-
the air.
The ark is so massive. If you have an ark to put two of every animal on the ship, it would be a massive ship, right? I've been on a naval carrier before. I went on a deployment of one. Like those things are huge. That thing is not just going to just disappear, like out of nowhere. You understand what I'm saying? Like it has to be somewhere. And you got to tell me
How were they going to preserve the wood? They didn't have any like preservant on it.
preservant.
Yeah, what's to stop the wood from rotting out?
I don't know. You tell me. There's wood that's on the bottom of the ship, and in the bottom of the ocean that's still there from years and years ago.
Yeah, but
with
it's pressure treated wood.
With buried treasure. How you know it wasn't treated back then?
With what? They didn't.
How do
They
you
didn't
know?
have any.
How do you know
Well, I
they didn't have
don't
like
know, but
ancient ways?
I'm explaining why it doesn't exist anymore.
They found
Because
they found a ship from the Viking era in Canada.
right, but
That
those
was long. That was like a 50 years ago.
Yeah, but a lot of those woods are treated. Right? That's why it preserved. That's why it's still preserved. So if it's untreated wood, it's going to wither away over thousands of years.
Okay, but how do you know it wasn't true? That's my question.
No, I don't know, but I'm
How do you know
explaining that-
How do you know God didn't treat the wood?
Well, why would he? Because he wants
There
the
goes your
evidence to go
Noah's
away.
Ark right there. There goes your Noah's Ark right there on the screen.
That's Noah's Ark.
That's not, yeah, it was like mud.
No.
Supposedly that's Noah's Ark there. They found
No, there's no-
petrified wood and all that stuff there.
That looks like
It
a
wouldn't-
vagina.
How did
Thank
exactly?
you.
How'd you do that,
Thank
Moon?
Thank you.
I just
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it.
Wow.
I didn't
That's
want to
exactly
say
what I
it.
thought when I saw it. That's
That's
exactly what I
funny.
thought when I saw it. Yeah.
It's not supposed to be an actual literal ship. So then, what was it then? If it wasn't a ship, how did it withstand a flood? If it wasn't a ship, was it an aircraft?
How did they get 2 of each animal on the ship?
You know what I'm
There
saying?
weren't that many animals.
They had the Pied
They
Piper.
whistled and they said everybody, male, female only. He was taking inventory as they were coming in.
But what about the
It will have-
transport?
it
What about
will
the
have
It's a
some-
miracle.
DNA specimens.
It will have to be something that could be seen from space. That how large it must have been, and I don't think that's large enough.
That's
Listen,
not
the flood.
That's
the
what
flood,
she said.
I actually think there was a flood that happened, and people recorded the flood. Right? I actually think there was multiple floods throughout the years. Like a lot of people don't understand how unstable Earth is. We're in like a perfect time right now of humanity. Like there's a volcano that can erupt, and literally that shit can drastically drop the temperature here on Earth because it'll block the sun rays from coming out, and it would literally just wipe out a large portion of humanity. Right? Like we're in a very, very privileged time span in Earth right now, and it may come to an end at some point. Hopefully it doesn't, but it's like Earth itself, it's ever evolving and changing with the seasons, with the weather, with stuff from space like meteors hitting Earth, so I don't know. A lot of that stuff, I just look at it as things happen and humans try to figure out a way to it'd be more objective, be more optimistic. Things happened, right, that humans couldn't explain, and in order to give it context and warning for the future, they created these stories and put these contexts to it, right? And they just took stuff from other religions that were around, because people, like, one thing that a lot of humans don't really know, people act like everybody was in their own enclave. People have been trading and traveling the world for years, right? And they've been sharing ideas with each other for years. This is why you'll have like a tomb. There's like some tomb in Japan that's like the exact replica from like a long time ago, right? That's the exact replica of somewhere in Egypt where they shouldn't have never spoken at that time, right? So clearly human beings have been traveling and trading amongst each other, right? It's just a thing, especially when all of the what are those things called? All of the land masses were connected at some point. I don't know, man. I just live here. I just work here. But Tina knows about this stuff. Tina, tell us about the Bible. Preach to us, priestess Tina.
Really?
Take it away.
What do you want me to say?
Tell us about your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Amen.
The religious one more here. You're gonna be talking to us heathens.
Look, nah.
The flood. Yeah, there's been plenty of floods on Earth, but the floods are not what we think. If one of the ice caps, this is ice caps in like, I think Antarctica or the Arctic, I don't know which one. If that thing melts, there's going to be a flood of like biblical proportions in the world. And people just don't understand it. If it doesn't melt over time and it just melts and drops off into the ocean, it's going to fucking destroy whole goddamn whole countries and continents probably. Right? If you look at Africa, they're saying that Africa is about to split down a certain area, right?
Oh, yeah, it's
In
already
Africa.
splitting.
Yep, it's like this shit happens, right? And it's been happening for a very long time. We're guests on this world. We're a guest, right? We don't control it. We're not that important to the earth itself, right? We're nothing more than a guest here to stay, all right,
Hello.
or die if things get too bad and the Earth says screw you, or space says screw you.
Mhm.
We were mentioning earlier that there have been floods and there are accounts of floodings from different cultures around the world. So nobody's saying that there has never been some flooding somewhere in different parts of the world. What we will argue, I will argue, is that one flooding event where the whole entire planet was covered in water. That's kind of like, I don't find that to be likely.
Why not? Well, I don't think the whole planet was covered in water, but I would say water and ice.
Well, it had to be global so that all life would die, right? Until he rebuilt it.
No, that's what
That's the story. That's the way the story goes.
Yeah. But even if you look at so how did he rebuild all of life with just his family alone? You can't do that, right? You need genetic diversity to be able to repopulate Earth. That's what you need. You can't incest, you'll just die off, or they'll just be retarded. And eventually die young.
Hey, we go by the story. All of us are going to be related, and we're all going to be inbred.
Yeah, and look at the royal family, for instance, right? Look at their faces. The reason why they have some fucked up faces because they're fucking inbred. That's why. For so many years. If you look at old kings and queens, they didn't live long because they're inbred, right? You need genetic diversity in order to survive. Your species needs genetic diversity in order to survive. That's a fact, Jack. A Snapple Apple fact, actually. This is why I believe in interracial dating. So get you a white woman if you're black, you know what I'm saying, and call it a day. Why don't I go get you an Arab? You'd be good to go. You know what I mean? Fulana, Danny says he's waiting on you. I mean, Blood Moon, Moonshakes say he's waiting on you. Just give up that box. Call it a day.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you know what's so funny? Blood Moon be like, I don't believe in the religion, but then she just talks about like Jesus and all this stuff like it's real.
Blood Moon's multifaceted.
She's the ultimate. She's multi-hypocrite. That's what she is. You know what I mean? Look, my box is forever closed. Lies. That's the lies. Just the other day we were on the panel. Like, look at that thug. He's so adorable. Oh, look at him.
Oh, Bloodman. So you lost weight in the wrong places then.
Damn.
The box is closed forever. Yeah, right, Blood Moon. Yeah, we know better.
That's
until the guy that does it for you shows up.
Dominican girl ain't keeping her legs closed too long.
Oh wow!
When you become a nun, you'll change your mind. Blood Moon.
You know,
Extina, relax.
What? Eso está de fresco hoy. Okay. Está de fresquito hoy. Yeah, I'm messing. There's a lot going on over here in this StreamYard. Okay.
Damn, no need to open it up again.
Bloodmoon's gonna start dressing in black. Well, like the old Italian lady, she's gonna have the black scarf and the black shirt and the black skirt. Walking around speaking in tongues. It won't even be English and Spanish. People are like, what the fuck? You know.
Would you want any more? Is the question.
Blood Moon wants a 6-foot child to smack her
ass
with a paddle. Facts.
The black child.
Blood Moon says she just needs the liquids. Moon Chaser hook up with the liquids.
Yeah,
she's the only one I would impregnate.
Damn, there you go, bloody. Don't make that Puerto Rican baby.
That body dummy.
Man, you might have to smack her around first. She like that rough stuff.
Ooh, Blood Moon's ready for that. Since Moon Chaser's Puerto Rican, he can't be Blood Moon's black child.
Listen, man. Hey, yeah, you got a point. You got a point, crazy.
Just turn into Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder, and you good to go. You know what I mean? Yeah.
How did he get away with that? Nobody complains about him.
That
being
could have only
Blackface.
happened back then, man.
Because it's not really.
No, it
blackface.
wasn't even that long ago, though, Tim. That's the thing. It wasn't that long.
It was 2008. Well, Iron
Yeah.
Man came out the same year. That's probably why.
Mm.
And I think if you really look at the context of the movie, you can't really make an argument for why it's blackface. He's playing a character who is playing blackface. So if you do a movie like that, you can't class a black person to play a white character playing blackface. It'll just be dumb.
Playing a character that's playing blackface. Yo, that's,
Yeah, he's-
that's brilliant.
He's
That's
a dude
fucking
playing
brilliant.
the dude disguised as another dude. Right? It's in the whole movie.
That
It's a
is
black
brilliant.
guy chastising him on why it's so fucked up. Right? So, like, people, the worst thing people should be mad at is that they made the black guy gay. That's the worst thing. That's what they actually should be mad at.
I'm
They
just
made
like,
the
who
black
thinks
dude
these
gay.
things? That is
Well,
brilliant.
on 90 Day Fiance, the other way, there's an American that's a transgender male trying to make with some.
Lord.
I'm one of Tina's peoples over there.
Start
Lord.
with that. That whole confusion shit. I mean, I don't know.
That's
Listen,
going to
let's
be
not get-
another stream. I don't even know if I could talk about it. That's going to be another
Let's
stream.
not even get Morena's channel banned over here. You know what I mean? We want to respect, Morena.
I mean, we can speak about it respectfully, but I think I'm going to do a stream on that. But that's going to be pretty.
Yeah, you're gonna do a stream? You should do it with Tina. She actually supports the community, so I think it'll be a
What?
good dynamic. between
Nah,
the
I'm trying to keep you over here talking crazy. Yeah.
Lord is trying to trigger you, Tina.
Mhm.
Don't
No,
fall.
Tina, you told me you're very in favor of those lovely
Stop.
young ladies.
Stop.
She's the most religious one on the panel besides Jose. You think she's
It's not even about the religion. It's just like they just be doing the most. Like, really? I'm not even
that's
worried.
why I want to talk about it. That's why I want to talk about it. I want to
You know,
correlate
they-
it to the mental illness.
So what is it? So what is it, ladies? Are you supporting these guys that want to wear a skirt and they want to get into women's locker rooms, which is something that we have been
No,
trying to
not at all.
tell you that it's not in your best interest, and you call
Not
those
bathroom,
misogyny
locker
supported.
room,
People do
no, none of that.
individually. It's just becoming too out there, too much in everybody's face. They're literally becoming like the most protected group of people in the world, or in the
No,
country.
they are the most.
And then the pushing this stuff into the kids. That's where I'm like, y'all, like they need to stop. They
Yeah,
need to stop.
no, and they have kind of like this kind of like these stripper dances with the kids around,
Yeah,
because
the
they're getting into that, because there are these classes that they do for kind of like new dads, new parents. I saw a picture, an imagery of that, and they had these trannies stripping for them, and they had the new babies with them, and like what the fuck is this about?
What? Shout out
Well,
to
It was the
I actually
imagery.
came across. Well, actually, I came across something in Instagram where when you had this drag queen person talking to children how it's normal to be a drag queen.
You see, I used to. You say for a long time I had respect for transvestites because they were honest about what they were doing, and I can respect the honesty. But you see, now they're lying. Now they're telling lies. I don't respect that. I don't respect.
No, they
that.
don't
It's
want to have to be obligated
the
to tell
so-called
you.
transgenders. They're lying. They're lying because a lot
No,
of
they don't
these
want to be
so-called-
obligated to tell you the truth. It's not that they're lying. They don't want to have to be obligated.
But
I think there
the
should be a law.
so-called transgenders, they specifically want to date heterosexual men, and they don't
Right.
want to be.
Tell
And
them,
don't want
right.
to tell them about it. I don't respect that.
I
mean,
believe there should be a law or something that makes them have to say it, and if they don't, they're going to get criminally prosecuted for deceiving unsuspecting men.
I just think the whole thing was funny. I'm gonna tell you why. Right? Here's my take on it. So women fought for women's rights against men for a very long time. Right? Now men who are transsexuals are taking away women's rights from women. It really went full circle.
Yeah,
I just
yeah,
want you to
that's
know. It definitely went full circle. So it's just really hilarious to me.
Hmm.
And like I told you when we talked about this before, man, I said, hey, I blame y'all because for a long time the men were saying, "Hey, listen, this is not a good thing. This is not a good thing," and we got shamed and called every name in the book for that shit. And
I
now,
think that's women from the other cultures because I don't believe that we did. So
actually, no, there's a certain group of women that's a little dark that's the biggest supporters.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, biggest supporters. It's like, why would you do that? You know what I'm saying? Like Tina, I don't know why Tina supports him so much. Like I tried talking her out of it. She didn't listen to me. Clearly she didn't.
Because I'd be the first to be like, no. You could live any way you want to be and live your life the way you want to live it, but just don't impose it on people. Like that's an imposition. And I'm not even using religion to that because that religion doesn't tie into that. You know, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel, that's how you want to live, but that shouldn't be imposed or forced in anybody in any way, shape, or form, or even children who haven't had the opportunity to grow into who they're supposed to be or who they want to be to decide whether or not they want to get down with that program. So I don't.
Actually, to keep it on the topic, I actually seen a video where one of them said like Jesus Christ was transsexual.
That's sacrilege, Joe. Like get the out of here.
Oh boy.
Not even I can co-sign that. I don't even believe that. I'm not even sure that the men exist, but I still that I can't co-sign such a thing. That's a hot mess.
Yep. Oh wow.
Okay, Blood Moon. Blood Moon. I don't know about all that.
I don't know. Looking at that white Jesus is making me feel some sort of way. I don't know. Can we bring the Puerto Rican dude back? I don't know. Wow, that's cool.
Okay, Blood Moon. Where do you get that? Blood Moon?
You know, Blood Moon is.
I posted something in the back chat.
She's just kind of like trolling apparently.
Mm-hmm. Which one?
I do believe that he may have been more of a cult leader. He may have been more of a cult leader.
Who? Jesus?
Yeah.
There's a theory that Jesus was actually a con man. This is a theory from this prominent atheist that Jesus was actually like a snake oil.
I like that one.
And a con man, and he ended up getting caught, and that's why he ended up getting crucified. Right? Because he wasn't really he was getting crucified for like blasphemy basically because he was pretending to be the Son of God because he got caught doing all of these illegal things that he was doing.
Well, according to writings that were made back in those times, there were many people claiming to be a prophet. Many people that were claiming to be prophet, but they were all fake, of course. Now, the whole thing about him being a cult leader, there is something that is said in Luke 14:26, where it says that according to Luke 14:26, it says that Jesus said, quote, "If anyone comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, even their own life, such a person cannot be my disciple." I mean, that's what a cult leader would say.
Listen, I just have a question for all the religious people on the panel. Where was God during slavery? Did he take vacation? Like, did he leave things in the Holy Spirit hands and the Holy Spirit just couldn't do anything? You know what I mean? What happened? What are you doing? Click on it.
Yes, I can't see that.
Just click the thing.
What's going on?
I did. I'm sharing it now.
Old lady can't use technology.
Share my screen.
I did. Lord Coñazo.
There you go.
I know how to point and click. Thank you. Thank you.
You know.
Jesus had a trans body. Stop.
Tina actually told me that. I think she was the first one who told me that. You know what I mean?
Don't even. Okay.
Yo, Tina, why you coming for me, man?
Why you coming for
In Christ, simultaneously masculine and feminine embodies in these works. How can he be both? If the body of Christ, as these words suggest, the body of all bodies, then his body is also the trans body. How many times gonna say body? He said during this sermon, according to the Telegraph. Get the hell out of here.
Okay. So now they're trying to make him genderless. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Wow.
Una pela que te voy a dar a ti, coño.
Wow.
So Jesus was trans, everybody. They said it. See?
Wow.
And you can't go against it because then you are transphobic. You see, they're trying to corner us into not challenging their made up shit.
Mm-hmm. He was a con man, and there's evidence that there was others doing the same thing.
Well, I believe more that he could have been a cult leader. That I do believe, because I just show you why.
Wow. So
That's
this
right.
is how they bring their point.
Man,
This is how they bring their point.
They're going hard for it. They're trying even to reformat religion and all.
Unbelievable.
Golly. Going hard in the paint to enforce their opinion.
We don't have the black and white God. Creation is so full of color and variation it's incomprehensible how we Christians struggle to pare him down to the limited palette of our individual expectations. Wow. The worst offenders are Christians who claim to take the Bible literally. Of course, they don't actually do that. They impose their own filters on stories and phrases to fit their particular ideology. If they really did as they claim to do, they would quickly see that Jesus must be, by their own exegetical rules, the first transgender male. Let's take a look at what the Bible and Christianity tells us. The teaching of the church from ancient days through today is that Jesus received his fleshly self from Mary. The church also teaches that Jesus is the new Adam, born of the new Eve. What the? That don't even make no sense. That makes no sense. They made him magical. They made him a magical man and the son of an imaginary deity. He's a white out, also trans, right? You can say it's a cult, but it was no different than any other religion today. You have a teacher and followers just like he did. Wow. Wow. See, I know how to point and click. I don't know. Sometimes the sharing worked when I placed the video, but it didn't work for Lord's thing. So I don't know. Don't know, sir. Lord, I want that keyboard.
I got you. They got Catholic like Catholic like gay and trans churches now.
What?
Well, they're gonna have to let that in, because now the churches are being kind of supported by the feminists. So if they have to be supported by the feminists, they have to allow so-called trans and so-called whatever made up identity they wanna create that is supported by the feminists, because that's what it has become. I mean, it's been talked about. I mean, that the church is very feminist now, and more and more men are leaving it too.
Yeah, because there's no place for men in the church, because church is where women go to get lied to, basically, right? And told that they're great and they're good and they don't have to change. You know what I mean?
I can't believe you said that.
No, it's true. It's not me. That's not my words by itself. This has been being said like for a very long time, and that women are there just being lied to by these pastors and priests and stuff like that. Not in all denominations. Right? This is why, all jokes aside, this is why I believe Islam will become the dominant religion very, very soon in a lot of places, because the only way to save like the West with religion is to have something like they did in like Handmaid's Tale, right? You know, so nobody really wants that, right? Because that's not freedom. You know what I mean? But shout out to like shout out to the gays. They're winning right now. The gays and women are winning, even though women seem to be losing to the trans, but it's just too weird. You know what I'm saying? But who's counting, right?
That ain't bothering me because I know exactly who and what they are. So whoever's in competition with them or they're in competition with, like the one that was talking to Dr. Umar, I was like, whoa, okay now.
Oh, that was funny. That was a funny.
Oh, I was like, dang, tell us how you really feel. Like,
but here's the thing though, that individual was talking for real women, or for women, like it's a woman, right? And it is very, very sad.
I was looking at it like they know, right? Like you know who you're talking to, right? Like, and I guess the way the way they narrated the whole thing, that's why I guess he thought, the same way.
I don't know how you could tell. The voice was like, you could tell by the voice.
I was able to tell by just looking. So
even if you couldn't see, the voice sounds sussy.
To have him tell it, he was just like, and you thought I was and that's right, and I'm glad. I was like, oh,
damn.
Okay.
Tina, you gotta stop supporting that community, man.
I'm serious.
Really?
I know you feel you're liberal, you want to help your people, but
Wow.
Let my people go.
You know how many?
Oh God!
Do you know how many times, as a municipal employee, I got to go through all this diversity training and talking about how we need to welcoming with the trans and let the fluid genders flow. I mean, technically, if someone wants to use the restroom, I'm supposed to tell them, well, the men's room is over here, the ladies' room is over there, and then the gender neutral bathroom is over there.
I
So
feel
you have
for you.
three? There's 3 bathrooms?
Yeah.
I feel for you, Jose. You're having to deal with that.
Jose, have
I
you ever
wouldn't know.
been?
That would be more ideal, though. Therefore, nobody has to have any complaints about someone who feels as a woman to use the women's bathroom. There'll be one designated for that particular person. That would be ideal. I don't have a problem with that.
Just make them more porta potties.
Ay, qué malo. No. But I don't have a
but
problem.
that leads to problems where if something happens, some sexual incident happens, how are you going to prove it, right? If you allow males and females or whatever to use the same one,
That's on them.
Happens,
if they identify that way and they weren't born that way, then that's the facility that's laid out. So
was it there was
I'm saying the company is going to be liable. Who are they going to fire? Who are they going to punish?
why would the company
not going to fire anyone?
Providing a service? No, they're providing a service.
In the school, something happened like that. In the school, a young girl, Caucasian female, was assaulted by a trans Caucasian male, right? And nothing happened. They actually, I think did they suspend the young girl? No, something like they just covered it up, right? And then the father went to the school board meeting and he raised hell. He got arrested for it. He was
but
crying.
you can't keep having those things happen and nothing happen.
Why can't you?
Because somebody has to be liable for it.
Listen,
how long state level? I think that's definitely
how
not.
long did they have Jim Crow for?
Ooh,
no, I know what I'm saying. I'm saying it's going to eventually get to that point, though. If too many incidents happen and nothing happens, people are just that type of incident is just going to occur more.
And that was at
nothing happening
too, right, Lord? Jim Crow was at the
Say
state
that
level.
again? Yeah, Jim Crow was on the state level. Yeah, same thing that's happening here on the state level. A lot of states are passing bills to protect them from different things, right? And some places are passing bills to abolish it. But you have to look, like, law doesn't regulate people's mental space, right? So there's a law that says you shouldn't kill. People get murdered every day, right? There was federal law stating that you shouldn't discriminate against blacks, and blacks were still being discriminated against. It doesn't regulate people's emotions, right?
No, I wasn't talking about the law. I'm talking about a business place. If you are owner of a business and you're having sexual things happening in the restroom at your place of business, you can't just let that go down.
Okay,
right?
so what
if you're
happened
the owner
to that?
of the business, what do you do?
What do you think? What's already been happening? I'm trying to explain to you. It's already been happening in the Korean spa in California. What happened? It didn't happen once. It happened twice, right? Where this individual who is of that persuasion went in there and had their genitals all out for ladies and even young girls to see. What happened? What did the staff say? Well, that person identifies as X, so we cannot discriminate against them. That's why they're in that area, right? Come to find out, this person has a history of we know what, but it doesn't matter because the power and influence that a group wields is far more greater than the power and influence of people who are against that, right? Everything is about power and influence. If you cannot influence things, right, or you don't have the money, the economic structure to make change, it doesn't matter what you believe. It doesn't matter what people believe, right? You have to get out of that mentality, right? It doesn't matter what people believe. What power that you can use to make change, and they have power right now. This is why business can get upset. But if that business turns around and says, we're not going to take this group of people, that business will be shut down in a week. They've done it before. They'll just protest in front of it, which they did after they eventually said, "No, we can't do this anymore." And then what happened? All the people went out there and they shut them down, right? The mob went out there. Mob mentality really rules in the end. And back to the topic of religion, this is why certain religions, like in the Roman times, used the Colosseum and the mob to keep them distracted, right?
You know what I think though, Lord, they've always been in positions of power. I don't know how it just came about to for them to finally just come together and get it to where it is now. They've always been around. We just never really knew it, if that makes any sense. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I don't really think they've always been in positions of power. I don't really think that's
yeah. Look at Hoover. I mean, I'm not talking about trans per se, but just the alphabet community,
Well, they've been discriminated against for a very long time, openly.
Right.
Well, actually, no. If you really think about it, hold on. Let me back up for a second. If you really think about it, look at the Greeks, look at the Romans. What did they used to do?
Well, we have statues of it, so
they used to be sleeping with what?
Little.
I'm not gonna say.
Don't say it. I know exactly where you're going. I know
what I'm saying. So different
statues of it.
Yeah, different times in the world, right? There's different morality is ever changing, and different times people do different things, right? And a lot of what they use religion to justify a lot of those things.
So you're saying that was acceptable in that time?
Yeah, in that time that was acceptable.
Well, priests did have their little. They did have. I guess you would call them also. They were called something else back then, though, because there was a movie, The Name of the Rose. Do you remember that movie, The Name of the Rose? Was it The Name of the Rose? No,
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was with Sean Connery and the guy that played the Hunchback of Notre Dame, and I can't think of that. The white guy with the mole on his face. He was a famous actor back then. He played like the altar boy or something, and it kind of was based around something like that. I think that was the name of the movie. I don't know. Moonchaser, you're not going. I know you're going to be in the chat for another hour or so.
You just want Yo, Blood Moon, you need to give Moonchaser a chance, man. That's my one goal in life until I die.
Bird.
Well,
As long as
actually,
they have as well. That's true. They have found that trans are a part of the isolated indigenous. Yes, there's a third gender with them, right? Blood Moon, there's a third. That's a third gender. What you was gonna say?
In,
Rosa?
India
actually,
too.
actually, it was believed that the Emperor Elagabalus was the first transgender Roman emperor.
What's his name?
Elagabalus.
Elagabalus.
Well, a lot of that is Greco-Roman culture
Yeah,
anyway.
yep,
I mean,
yep.
even somebody like Alexander, it was alleged that he had a dude. I mean, and bisexuality was fairly common in Rome for a long time. So
Yep, Rome, Greece, Egypt, a lot of different areas.
No, not Egypt.
Egypt as well. India had those types as well. They did. Yep.
Yeah, I thought it was the native tribes in Mexico, Blood Moon, but here too, stateside.
Could be.
Mm.
Not in Africa.
Well,
Africa, they don't play that shit.
At least not in Ghana.
Listen, look what Africa doing right now. Ghana, Uganda. Listen, they all like, man, don't you
Hell
come
to
to
the
me,
no, no,
motherfucker.
no.
You don't preach to me. We don't listen. Are you gay? Are you gay? Tell me. Are you gay?
Then get
Why
out
are
of
you gay?
Get out of here.
Why are you gay? Why are you gay?
Well,
wow.
Well, actually, the Emperor Hadrian, he had a male lover called Antinius.
Oh.
And
Yo,
then
I put the video in the back chat. Yo, play that shit.
I'm not gonna be able to play it. I want to do it the way Moon Chaser did it, man. How can I put it to my phone like that, man? Okay, let me
see if I can. Let me see if I can do it. If you can't do it, I'll see if I can do it.
Okay, because mine keeps boring for some reason. I don't know why. Oh wait, I think it's coming on.
well, you're having static yourself, Morena.
Huh?
You're having a little bit of static yourself.
Yo, Tina, you got to give.
I am, right?
Morena an introduction to StreamYard. Teach her how to use it.
Oh my God.
This is that button, Morena. You click here.
Click that over here.
You know when you get over 45, you can't use stuff properly. You know what I mean?
Super fast. Can you see it?
No.
Can you guys see it?
Okay, now we can.
Yeah, we see it.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Make sure to share the audio.
There you.
You can't hear it.
Are you sharing the audio? I don't see it. It's not moving.
You can't hear anything.
You don't hear it?
No, make sure that you click on the check mark that says about sharing audio. Also to share audio. Maybe you want to stop sharing and try it again.
Espérate. I saw that
Yeah, because
somewhere.
you have there is kind of like an additional check mark that you have to click to make sure that we can hear it.
All right, let me try this again. Stop it, Lord. Stop talking. I know he's like this. Estúpida. Some screens that you share audio. Okay, so let me
outspoken lesbian, homosexual? How can I describe
Maybe
you?
I started over.
Right. Activists. Why should someone be gay?
Yo, your internet is trash.
Pepe Julian Onzima. Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. You are a transgender.
What shows I'm gay?
You are a transgender, and
Yes,
you're
I
a
am.
gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you? Now we're looking at the red. Why should someone be gay? Do you have options?
Killing me with that question.
I'm not sexually.
So what
By
do you mean
choice.
this lady?
By choice.
By choice.
I've just I've chosen not to engage. What do you mean? Doesn't that make me gay? I'm male and attracted to.
She's gay.
Yo, we're gonna teach you how to use that shit. So who is gay? Why are you gay? Listen, this is Pepe losing his time.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? Blood Moon, why are you gay, Blood Moon? Please tell me. Why are you gay? You are gay.
And stop dissing Metro PCS. My cell phone has no problems. I don't know what's going on here. Dang it. But Ramon was right. I didn't put the audio portion. He's absolutely right.
No, yeah, but the interview was kind of trolling. I mean, I actually kind of feel for the interviewee. I mean, nothing against her or him, whatever they want to identify. But the interview there was kind of trolling a little bit.
No, because they don't really believe in that, so that's why they're gonna say like, why are they want to understand why are you like that? Like, why?
No, I know that's not their thing. That's not their thing, and I actually got to give them credit because the United States was sending Kamala Harris over there to try to push that rainbow agenda, and they're saying nope consistently. They're saying nope, not here. We're not doing that.
Okay.
But they're kind of like trying to threaten them somehow, using that as an excuse to try to push so-called democracy or so-called freedom to kind of like to recolonize or maintaining colonization. It has something to do with that.
So, what do you think would do you think that they're going to be able to stay like that? Are they going to suffer any repercussions for not wanting to be on board with following the rest of the world with accepting this new way of life? And
they might try to find some kind of an excuse to level some sanctions against them, because understand that's what the United States is always doing with the foreign policy, always leveling sanctions against who doesn't want to go along with what they're being told to do. So understand that sanctions are an act of war. So the foreign policy of the United States is going at war with the world. Whoever doesn't bow down to the United States is being level sanctions against. So those are acts of war.
So they just don't want to legalize their rights to be that way in those countries. Am I correct?
Well,
because I'm sure they have
the whole thing about making it illegal, it can be a bit extreme, because it could be used as an excuse to persecute them, and they are gonna be martyrized. So that I wouldn't say that has to be illegal, but not to also promote it in their institutions.
Right.
They don't wanna do that. But I just hope that with the foreign policy, the U.S. is not trying to kind of like force them into something that they don't wanna do. I mean, they should respect that. If they don't wanna make it part of their way of life, then that should be respected. But then again, it's the foreign policy. It's always trying to force other people to do something that they don't want to do.
Yeah, I
And to
agree.
hit them with sanctions in the process. Because I know that comes with it. That's going to come with it. That's going to come after that. They keep saying, no, we don't want that. We don't want to adopt this rainbow stuff, rainbow attitude. It's not part of us. It's not part of our culture. That should be respected. But sanctions are going to come with it. Watch.
Yeah, but them sanctions don't even matter no more because Russia showed them the way. All hail Vladimir Putin for showing them the way, right? So at this point, I think the U.S. ties with what are those people called with different African nations are basically on the rocks and are probably dead in the water because a lot of countries are rejecting liberalism and this new world order that is coming about for society. And the U.S. could try to put sanctions on people, but at the end of the day, I don't really think people really give a fuck anymore about the U.S.'s sanctions. Japan just started buying oil above the $60 mark and circumventing U.S. sanctions. And the funny thing is, guess who showed everyone how to circumvent the sanctions? Fucking Cuba, baby.
No.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Because Cubans been doing
Well,
it
they're doing it
for like 60 some years. So
that's great.
And they got to feed their people somehow. So it's like, what do you expect? You think people are gonna just take that shit forever? Of course not, man. The U.S. time is done.
They're not doing as good as we think they are because I didn't get to upload that video, but I was gonna upload it, and there was this woman interviewing people in Cuba and asking them if they had the opportunity to leave, would they, and where would they go? And a few of them said Haiti. And some people were like, Haiti? That was like, yeah.
Wait, but isn't it the other way around? The Haitians go to Cuba.
They're saying that they're Haitians what?
Because for the longest time, back when Fidel Castro was young, it was the common thing for Haitians to migrate to Cuba.
Haitians and Jamaicans. But they're saying that there's not all of them were saying that. Most of them were saying the United States. A few said Europe, but a couple said Haiti. And I was like, wow. So they think they're better off in Haiti than in Cuba?
I find that wow.
It's
No.
Huh?
It's rough in Cuba right now.
Yeah. They said they're starving.
The Spanish government actually, like, I was watching this thing I think it was like late last year, about how the Spanish government, pretty much the U.S. stopped Cuba from being able to get injection needles, because they developed their own COVID vaccine, right? They did not use mRNA technology. They didn't want to take the U.S.'s thing. They developed their own. So they stopped them from getting needles and different medical supplies. So what Cuba did is they just sent people to Spain and to different countries, mainly Spain, and they just pretty much started buying up like this stuff inside of Cuba and just shipping it over there. This is like the shit that they have to do to get supplies to their country because of the fucking blockade that the U.S. still has, which clearly hasn't done anything. Like, Castro is dead and gone. Raul doesn't even run the government anymore. And you think they would just lift a fucking blockade, which would actually make them a freaking capitalist country even faster. But they won't do that shit.
They want control, and that's what they're not
They want
going
control.
to.
They're punishing the Cubans for kicking the Americans out in the 50s, right? And not turning toward capitalism, because Cuba was basically a corrupt nation under Batista, right? I'm not saying it wasn't corrupt under Castro either.
No, definitely corrupt under Batista.
But the Americans owned it, right?
Yep.
So
they want to do Cuba like they did Puerto Rico. That's what they want to do.
Yep,
See, I knew Moon Chaser was still here in the bushes.
Same way they want to do. And you look what's going on in Puerto Rico right now.
Yep, that's what they want to do. That's exactly
same way they're doing Haiti the same way, right?
Same
fucking way.
Crazy.
But I blame Tina for all that shit.
People, we talked about this
blaming me.
holidays for a good 2 hours, and then this last 45 minutes we discussed this. Is there anything else? Hold on, let me see. Anybody else wants to? Oh, hey, friendly. My bad. I don't know how long you were there.
No, I just reached out. That's just more than enough.
Oh,
That's just everybody in the panel.
how you doing?
I'm all right eating some
I
leftover
hear you.
Chinese.
So, did you see the thumbnail? We were talking about holidays. Are they fact or fiction? And we were talking about Easter. I don't know if you saw the video on my the short that I have with the guy talking about Easter and what it really means, supposedly the holiday of Easter. That's a pagan.
No, I didn't get to see the video, but I seen something like that about the celebration of Easter. But what can I say? A lot of things was built, like was created at a time where you had a lot of ignorance from every race and culture. You understand? So I guess we adapt to celebrating these type of things,
Mm-hmm.
and I think nowadays people seems to have more of a problem with things and stuff like that. But it doesn't matter what we celebrate, man. The majority of things is no good. It's like people renaming streets after a rapper who was no good. You know what I'm saying? Like, just think about it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
streets are named after a rapper. What did he do? Just corrupt young kids' mind. So, I just think it's just a belief. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what was the real reason for it,
Right.
but a lot of these holidays that people don't believe in or against them, they actually bring families together and a lot of other things. So it depends on the person.
So that was my next question to you. So, like, do you celebrate these Christian holidays like Easter and Christmas and all that? Do you celebrate that with your kids,
Yeah,
like Santa Claus, or did they believe
my
in Santa Claus?
my family are Catholic,
Right.
so I grew up going to church with my family
Mm-hmm.
and things of that nature. And I also went as I got older, like experience going to different church and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. But church is always something that's always been in my family, in my household, because I guess they from the old times where they believed in, like they put faith, in God's hand and everything, is believing, they say. So I grew up to believe it and things like that. So yeah, I do believe in Ash Wednesday, Good Friday. I believe in those type of
So
holidays.
you went to church and you got the ash on your forehead, and you went to church last Sunday for Palm Sunday,
Yeah,
and on
did
Friday
that with
you
my
didn't.
kids.
And on Friday you didn't eat any meat, because I'm gonna catch you in a lie now. Because remember, I was on your stream.
No, I ate meat earlier, man. I ate a bacon, egg, and cheese.
Exactly. When you talking about making the bacon, that sounds like okay. So he's not following it. So you don't follow it to the
No, I
but
forgot
you're alive, or you
because
forgot.
I seen the bacon,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I bought thick cut slice of bacon, so I forgot. I didn't buy it to make it today. It was supposed to be made on Monday.
I didn't put it in the
But
chat, but I was like, okay, so maybe he doesn't celebrate Good Friday because he.
no, if you would have said so, I would have just give it to the dogs.
Oh man.
It it would have never gone to waste. But I was like, oh man, God, please forgive me. I'm gonna make it up to you. So I went and got some shrimp fried rice and got a lot of shrimp and fish and stuff like that. Crap.
So it'll be over by after today. You can eat, right? You can eat meat tomorrow, and
Yeah, it was only Thursday and Friday.
Mhm. Wow.
Thursday and Friday.
So
But
you missed
holidays bring families together, though. Think about it.
for sure.
And also bring other peoples together. But also, there's people in the world who do things to help others during the holiday seasons and put a smile on other people's faces. It's just some people that just believe in certain things and they just carry on and just pass it along. And I guess those are the people I don't know how to explain, but
I know how to explain it. Because I grew up with it too, but it seems like my parents put more focus on it when we were younger and we were in Catholic school. So they did that thing, and as we got older, they would just pull away from it. Because now, yeah, if I was still in New York City, I would go to every holiday. I go to my mother's house, so we would celebrate the holiday, but not so much the religious aspect of it. If that makes any sense, she still goes to church on Ash Wednesdays and Palm Sundays, and I don't know.
You know what it is? It's not that they're not as religious as before. I guess as they gotten older, they slow down, but believing it's still in them. They just has slowed down, It's like things that we used to do when we was young. We was going to the park faithfully, and it comes a point in time in life where you don't even go to the park no more. You slow down. You're like, I ain't trying to be in the park. Out in the cold, it's too hot. Or I ain't trying to be running around, things like that. So I guess they got older, you know what I'm saying? But like my grandmother and my great grandmother, these are people that grew up believing in this from back in those days. So when they was bringing us up, and remember we in the States now, they in the States. So they try to bring us up the way they was brought up back home. But we slightly drift away as time went by, because we always found activity. We Americans, so we always found ways to go and keep entertained or busy. So it kind of took us away from the religious part slightly.
It's not as important to us as other things. Like I got my son baptized, but I haven't imposed a specific religion on him. I've always told him that he could decide what he wants. I explained to him, and he can decide when he's old enough, which he is now, what direction he wants to take his faith in. Like I didn't impose anyone particular on him, but I did get him baptized in the Catholic Church.
Okay. Yeah, some family members push certain religion hard in the family where they really be disappointed. They find out you converted to a different religion or Muslim or you Muslim convert to something. People really get this. There's family members who be disappointed and stuff like that. But who am I to tell somebody who to believe in, but they faith in,
Right. Gotcha. But yeah, that was the conversation we had earlier, and then it led into the alphabet community.
Well,
I'm sorry, Jose. What did you say, Jose?
Actually, there's one day that I look forward. Okay, actually, there's one day I look forward to. It's not an official holiday, but I treat it as a holiday, and that's the first day of winter.
Don't start with that. Don't start with the winter talk. Don't start with the winter talk. I know that you want us to be freezing our asses to death because you're Mr. Freeze and that's your thing. You're a polar bear. We know.
He's a Puerto Rican on the outside and a polar bear on the inside.
Yeah. He should be up there. He should be out there where temperatures are always 20 degrees. But no, don't Jose, don't start. We're barely coming out of winter. We just came out of winter. You want us to be
chilly today too.
Yeah, it is chilly.
It's cold. But we're in Texas. They got cold. It should be warm.
These motherfuckers ain't giving me no heat today. I'm like, yo, what type of shit is that?
Oh no, it's technically it's over. It's a wrap.
No, they got hyped. They thought that the spring. No, I still get cold.
Right, as soon as spring started, they cut that shit off.
Yeah, and they be like, nah, sir, is the temperature? Be like, come on, man, we bullshit.
But you know something? If you really wanted to control global warming, the perfect solution is to give me complete climate control worldwide.
No.
Imagine. He'd be a dictator. It'd be cold all the time.
You're causing disaster trying to control global warming.
He will be freezing the Caribbean and shit. No. Let the Caribbean be warm and let the South become warm eventually.
I mean,
listen.
I'll be a benevolent. I'll be a benevolent.
There is no such thing.
I heard y'all talking about the currency of the value of the American dollar and the value of the American gold. That's what I was speaking earlier today.
Yeah, I
And
remember
I'm
that. We
glad
didn't
y'all
get
was talking about that.
now.
You know, because
Can you repeat that? Like, how's that supposed to go down again? Who are
huh?
the countries that are coming together? Which countries are coming together?
The
Wow.
BRICS. The
You
BRICS
got like
country.
you
Mhm.
got like 10 countries. I think you got Brazil, China, I think Iran. I think you got a couple countries like that's really like 10 countries or maybe more, you know, like, and most of those countries are the ones that really the United States rely on when it comes to doing business and stuff like that. So if we get cut off, that means the currency of our money is going to go low. The value of our dollar is going to be low. The gold is going to be low. And the only way to keep the value high
Gold is going to be
is
low, you
to,
think?
No,
of
not gold.
course,
Not
like
gold.
in
Gold.
America, the value will go down unless they jack up prices to where middle classes people own homes. It might be to where middle class people will be considered as poor people, as low class, because
That's already happening without even all of that. It's
you
been happening
know.
the past 20 years. Yeah. So
Remember, look, the bank don't accept currency. You know
right.
what I'm saying? So if the value of your dollar goes low, you're done.
Mhm. So this was done as a secret, you think? Like how were they were doing this and and the United States was aware of that, like that they were doing this like publicly, or this was something that they were doing secretly and then it just came out, like it got leaked or something.
No, I think that, how can I explain? I think this is something that's been going on for quite a while, but people
Mhm.
didn't really think these countries will really take it to take an extra step and take it to another level.
Mhm.
But I think there's been spoken before, but people, put it like this: it's politics, and I think Donald Trump has spoke up on this also before, and look what's happening. A lot of people hated Donald Trump, but the dude spoke facts. He wasn't into politics. He came into as a president, as a businessman,
Mhm.
and I guess he knew what he was doing. He knew what was coming. But I feel like it's gonna be a all out war because if our money, the currency of the value of our dollar goes low, right?
Mhm.
That what, like, how can I say? If the value of our dollar goes low, that means it's worth nothing in these other countries, right?
Right, but how would we maintain? How would we survive?
By raising up the price. And now, that there'll be major cuts, believe it.
Más de lo que
Major
es,
cuts.
Mhm.
There'll be major cuts in so many ways. A lot of people who depend on the government, there might
Mhm.
be a shutdown. It might be like the third world countries where people don't get government help. Things might get crazy. There may not be no health cares,
And then we'll
and
know
shit
how good
like
we
that.
really got it, right?
Huh?
Then we'll know how good we really got it.
Oh, that's when you're gonna see motherfuckers wishing welfare was lit. You know what I'm saying? Because
Exactly. Food stamps and all that, right?
they will go and work for welfare and everything. They'll get a job. They will want a job. You know what I'm saying? But now there's no jobs. Now you can't get a job.
Oh yeah. So is a broken woman worth dating? Why don't you come in the panel and tell us about it, Moon Chaser?
A broken woman worth dating?
No.
They want to change the topic, so I'm
Who
like,
the
okay, so what
fuck?
do you want to talk about? And he said, "Is a what? Because Moon Chaser he attracts broken women, so I guess that's why he wants to ask that. Because every
Oh,
time he meets a broken woman, it's a woman who isn't mentally all there or has been
Yo,
battered.
picture us being controlled where you're only limited to buy a certain amount of supplies.
That's how it is
And
in Cuba. They'll be like, "Welcome to our world."
that shouldn't be
Money.
crazy, right? Like
Yes.
you so used to living and doing so much that if that time was to come and that it'd be a major impact for everybody. Trust me, a lot of people is not used to living like that. Like the way if the shit was to crash and go down, people will really cry. You know, people will really cry.
Mm-mm-mm. I don't know.
Think about it.
Smoking
You
is
lose
bad.
your home.
What? What's she talking about? That? Yeah, you lose everything. Well, this country will be like a third world country, right? Maybe there'll be chaos first,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. What country would it be like if this was to collapse? What country will be
It'll
able
start
to
becoming like
prepare?
It'll start becoming like Escape. Anybody remember that movie Escape from New York?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
or Mad Max or something. You know, something stupid, something crazy like that.
well, I guess one will have to think about some kind of exit strategy, going somewhere else. If
That
they
would be my
can-
bad. But how would we make our money? Because we would leave, right? But how would we make money? 'Cause
Yeah.
the dollar
So
wouldn't be
we
working.
depend on
When
these
they
other
work from home,
countries
it's
that's
not
cutting
working.
us out.
That's true.
Yeah.
We depend on these countries. Remember, everything that we have in this country comes from other
It's
parts of the
important.
region.
Yeah, it's
You know what I'm
important.
saying? No matter what it is, whether it's fruits, vegetables, rice, coffee, sugar, you know, ink, dye, whatever it is, you know, all that shit comes from a lot of that shit comes from other country, and Americans just, you know, just profit off of it, you know, say just but the majority of stuff comes from overseas, you know what I'm saying? Like in this country, we don't have much that we produce, you know. Yeah, we have some farms and stuff like that, but everything mainly comes from overseas, you know, everything.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's crazy how this country survived this long.
But you know, like I told my son, I said, no matter how it goes, you can't go into panic mode. You have to figure out, okay, now how am I going to survive this? You can't start panicking and acting crazy. It's just
I
like
think panicking, you will lose everything once you panic. You will lose focus, control of yourself. I think you will do things that you never thought you would be doing if you panic. And the key is to stay calm. But how could we manage like to be able to stay calm? I don't know.
But that's what you have to do. Like that's what you would have to figure out. Like how you have to
Yeah.
remain calm in order to figure things out. Because if you're panicking, you're not going to see the forest for the trees. I love that saying because you won't be able to see
Right.
how you can work around or live or find a new way to survive based on your conditions.
That means no more Louis Vuitton, no more Gucci bags, flip flops. All these girls gonna be looking twisted. You heard? 'Cause they ain't gonna
No,
be
we
doing my
want clothes, shoes, and food and shelter. That's it. The basics. The basics.
Yeah, forget the claws and forget the fake hair.
That shit is done.
Yeah, Ramon, you have to go there.
There ain't gonna be no horses in Central Park running around.
Yeah,
They're gonna be like,
you're gonna start growing your own hair and manage it and take care of it.
Ramon, the proper term is hair enhancement.
Fake hair. I have seen. Look, I'm not somebody who goes on and on talking about women's hair because I just wouldn't date a woman with fake hair on because she's already lying. It's deceptive. I mean, she can't.
no, is that the thing is that if you hitting it from the back and you decide to pull her hair, you might fall off the bed and she's like, yo, you fall off the bed with the wig in your head, you be like, yo.
No, that's very deceptive. That's very deceiving. I have to be able to run my fingers through her hair. I like to play with my woman's hair. That's how I am.
Well, you'll know before you'll even cross that bridge. You'll know if she has that hair that you can run your fingers through. So.
Yeah, I'm kind of particular about that whole thing about
the women that wear their hair
enhancements and the whole thing with the claws. I mean, I wouldn't date a woman with long claws for fingernails.
I'm not gonna lie. I understand what you're saying because fake hair has a different texture. It don't feel right. It feels.
No, it doesn't feel or look right.
I'll be honest. I be wondering sometimes how some girls could wear fake hair. Like I'll be like that.
Yeah,
that
and
texture
I
of that
hear,
fake hair, it doesn't bother you. It doesn't annoy you. I don't know. It probably they adapt to it or used
and
to it.
I hear that they wear it like several weeks or months at a time, and they don't wash anything under there, which is nasty.
Yes,
That's nasty.
But you know something, it might be a medical necessity why they might need hair enhancements.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Like for
right.
Yeah,
example,
right.
if they're going through
Bullshit.
chemo and they have oh come on,
You
Ramon.
know,
Don't think so.
you know
Don't be
what's a
so
big problem that a lot of people um not really acknowledge it? The BBLs.
No habla de eso, that I'm going to talk about that too. I got a video on
Oh
that
no,
because
All that
the
shit
BBL.
is a major problem.
well, let me
And
ask you this. Let me ask you this, friendly, before you continue. I'm sorry to
yeah,
cut you off because this is
no,
going to
don't
be
worry
the
about it.
topic. So do women? Why do women get BBLs?
Because they're not happy, they're not comfortable.
Has nothing
Some
to do with
women
the
do it because they
skin.
want attention. You
From
know,
who? From
some
who?
women just from men, from everybody. Some women, look, they marry, have a husband, and they do all this to their body. Do you know by looking like that, you're no longer doing it for your husband's attention? Now you're gonna get attention from people, and guess what? You might get the wrong attention at the wrong time and wind up getting your family into some shit because you want to look good. You know what I'm saying? Like, accept who you are. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got that ass, it's for a reason, maybe. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I got a video that I'm gonna just discuss and pull out when I finally do discuss that
But
topic because women
Mo-
and the women saying that they do
Morena,
it. Men.
you seen these real stories? Women
Mm-hmm.
that go to DR, not only DR, you know, to other parts of the regions, and even to Miami in the States, to people that it and listen, there's people that got their surgery and they woke up in an apartment. They thought there was a hospital. I thought it was like a movie. There's people that cause I seen a movie like that. But yo, there's a real documentary where women woke up and it wasn't even a fucking hospital. It was an apartment. There's women who died. There was a story about two friends who went to get a BBL, and one of them survived and the other one died. And then she had to call the family, and then there's nothing she can do because that's overseas. That happened in Dominican Republic.
That's
So
the part.
allegedly, it's supposed to be an investigation, but I don't know.
But that's the part that doesn't make sense, right? Because there's places that do it here. Why did you pay to go overseas to do it when there's places that you don't even have that aren't hospitals?
Because people are cheap. People are cheap.
Well, because of the cost, yeah. And but if one does the research, there are actually places in the Dominican Republic that are proper hospitals, proper
Right.
facilities where they
Yeah.
do it. But there are people that can be overly cheap, and they go to
Yes. No,
something
but check it
that is
out.
questionable. They go take advantage of some questionable options. Apparently it's really cheap, but they're risking their lives, and many of these people don't make it. And the thing is that the whole thing about the BBLs, that's blame on us men. Women, we're not telling women to get the BBLs. They're doing that on their own, and they're being encouraged.
We're not telling
by other
us to get it, but we're doing it for men. Why would we're not doing it for
Okay,
women?
it draws
Women are looking
attention
for
because
women.
it's the attention factor. It's not that we
Yeah, that men like
love
big
women.
asses.
Okay,
Men like
we
huge
take a look
asses.
at that at the moment, but we're not having the best opinion of these women. Okay, we check it out we give them a little bit of attention, but
Ramon.
we're not having the best attention of these women. We are not
Ramon.
telling these women to do that, to risk their
You
But
lives.
my thing is, what's
Don't
the
blame
point?
us. Don't blame
What's
us.
the
Don't
point of
blame us.
having my thing is, what's the point of having a beautiful woman and she's fucking boring?
There's
Like,
plenty of men that be with beautiful
But
women who are
they're
and whack
airheads.
in the
like
bed and whack in the bed.
there's beautiful women out there, but they fucking boring. You be like, this bitch is boring. I'm about to dub her. You be like, any phone call come, you like, oh shit, I gotta go do something. Yo, where you want me to drop you off at? And other people be like, yo, that's a bad bitch. But they don't have no idea this bitch is boring.
I
You
believe
know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she doesn't know how to keep a man. She has
Tiene cuerpo, tiene de todo, pero
she has the skill to trap
una
them.
mujer
Some men
zorra.
can't get
Doesn't know how
past the
to keep
looks.
him.
That's the problem. Some men can't get past the looks. That's what Denise was talking about. The little cardigan girls, like you can't get past it because you want that.
Okay,
Because
she's
that is
talking about. I don't know where are all these
the
women
eye.
with the cardigans. She talks about all
They're the
this
ones that you guys aren't attracted to.
Morena,
That's basically what she's
Morena,
saying.
you did a BBL? You got a BBL?
Hell no. I don't even want to go under nothing. No way. No way. I'm like, I'm gonna stay with what I got, and I haven't had no issues, meeting men. So I'm not. No. There's plenty of things I wish I would be bold enough to want to fix, but I'm not willing to get under the knife or be under anesthesia. Anesthesia.
Listen,
I'm not willing to do that.
look, I just don't understand the point. Look, a lot of people never made it back home. A lot of people have to live with the fact is that when they wake up and jump in the shower and whatever, they got to see the damage they done caused to their body. You know what I'm saying? Like, they breasts all fucked up. There's women, this shit look horrible. There's a TV show where there's a doctor who fix and repair these freaking women. Like, they're a body shop, like this guy, you come and bring the car and they'll pimp your shit out. Your shit come out back brand new. He be bringing bitches back brand new. I'm like, oh my God. And they'd be so happy. They'd be crying. I'd be like, yo, I hope you learned your lesson.
Yeah.
But my question is, have they learned their lesson? Have any of them ever went back anywhere else and try to do something?
I would hope they wouldn't, friendly, because if you tried to get a surgery, you got, it was botched, you would wish like, damn, I should have just stayed the way I was. It wasn't that bad. That's what I'm saying. I'd be thinking about stuff like that. Like, you know what? Yeah, I might as well just stick like this. Like,
I could never afford a girl with a BBL. That she's too expensive for me.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
saying?
she does it for a reason. She does it for a type of dude that she wants, thinking she's gonna get.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna buy no girl no bag. Like, we'll go out, we'll eat. If I smoke $100 worth of weed, you smoked $100 worth. I'm not gonna buy you $5,000 bag or $10,000.
That's how
that's when I put the brakes. I'll tell you, look, my car don't work. I'm having issues, but mommy, I'm not buying you a $10,000 bag. They can just to have a one night stand or just to rock with you for the week. I don't see the joy of that.
And what Bloodmoon is saying about the liking big behinds, I think most men do like women with big behinds. I know I do. I'm Puerto Rican.
Natural is the best.
But I like the natural ones, the real
natural
ones,
is the best
ones, and do some squats, exercises.
Yeah, but then if you with her for a while and then después squats no funciona. It's gonna start. Gravity's gonna take a hold. Sometimes they get little dimples here and there. Either porque you want her to get that BBL, or you're gonna accept her.
I still take that. But the thing is, when you end it, is the feeling. When you end it, everything changes. You don't even think about the girl got a fat ass. You be like, oh my God, she's screaming my shit. ¿Me entiendes? You could feel her busting on your thing. You be, te olvidaste si tienes el culo grande o no. Tú lo que dices, coño, este toto está buenísimo.
And the thing is, if you have ever seen pictures of Nicki Minaj's ass and how the implants shift positions, you can look it up. It looks messed up. I mean, because the implants can get misplaced and they can shift positions and it doesn't look right and like
it looks horrible.
No,
look at Kim Kardashian when she had it. It looked disgusting. She looked like a freaking tomato.
But look, you know how many men out there are suckers? Look, their girls went to get BBLs and all this shit. These guys couldn't fuck for a week. They couldn't get a head game from the girl. Or
a week.
Ellos tienen que ser, mira, ellos tienen que cocinarle a las mujeres y todo, ¿verdad?
Yeah,
after they got better, que se mejoraron, Muchachos, se fueron a rapar y el tigre sufriendo ahora. Y el tigre era faithful for 3 weeks, a whole month.
No,
and once he got right,
that's a whole recuperation period. That takes months to get to recuperate.
you get months. You don't smash for months. And when she go out, she come back with a bag. You be like, how you get that?
Y se pone una faja that you only can stick your arm in. That's like a whole process, man. No, I seen that. I'm like, yo, y'all crazy. And then they gotta wear a drainage bag and they gotta drain blood and this and that. That's a whole process.
Yeah, the nigga be doing all that, helping the bitch out, and then she be giving it up to somebody else.
That's what I'm saying. Like, is it really worth it? I mean, because we always see, like, when you see it on TV, you see the finished product. You don't see what they go through to get there. Like, oh no. That would I don't want the maintenance.
That is if it was done right, without complications and all of that, and still it's gonna take a while for that to recover and there are post-operation care steps.
You gotta go back. You gotta get massages.
You
gotta get massages. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't just get the surgery, go home, boom, 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 put on a faja and walk out there, and then you good. You can't even sit on your ass for months, friendly. Like, that's a whole.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a difference when you look at a woman naked and she has done work to her body with a light bulb or BBL. You could see the difference. Even though she may look good, and she might have some game or whatever, you're gonna go for because you're a man. But you see the slightly different. You could see you'll be like, sometimes the hips are too wide, the legs is skinny like a motherfucker.
It's not
noodles. ¿Me entiendes? Los noodles de espagueti número 8 y un culazo, muchacho. You know what I'm saying? You'll be like, them legs don't go with that ass. But you could tell, But
the recovery is crazy, and I'm like, how do they work? If
women die.
How do you work?
Women die. Women they done like suffer for days in pain, dying slowly, and they die. And families don't even know what happened. Even people go to Mexico too, Colombia. It's not only Dominican Republic. You got Mexico, Colombia. You got so many parts of the world that people has gone to. That I'm like, but you know why this happened to a lot of these people? Because they want to be cheap, right? And on top of that, they're going to another country where they don't know nothing about. They don't know nobody. And they just get scammed by people. And these people do procedures at certain places, homes. And then when you go back to report or anything goes wrong, they move out. It's like going to India, trying to find the people who scam you for your card or anything. Those people relocate. You know what I'm saying? Like, so those are cases that it's hard to solve. And if you paid attention to it, how many people has, how many tragic has there been out there, and how many cases still yet has not been solved, because those are one of the worst, like the hardest cases to solve and stuff, because people don't know who's the doctor.
But what about the
anesthesia?
What about the person
people don't remember?
Friendly, what about the people performing the surgery? They have no morals, no conscience, because they know they're killing the person. They know they're doing it.
But I'll do the surgery too. Dame par de mil pesos.
Really? That's what I'm saying, but you'll be a murderer. You got a
Yo soy Dr. Friendly Extortion. ¿Con qué te puedo ayudar? ¿Que te tiene un culo grande? Está bien, cótate ahí. Yo ponerte anestesia. Morena, tráigame el tranquilizer.
Te traigo un tubito ahí. Here, give her that so she can.
Yeah.
Never.
I'll be like, yo, Morena, give me the tranquilizer. La voy a poner a dormir. Ella tiene el culo grande aquí, vamos a ver.
I could never.
¿Y los nepus? ¿Cómo tú quieres los nepus? No, yo le hago preguntas. Yo le digo, ¿y los nepus? ¿Cómo tú quieres? ¿Tú lo quieres más grande? ¿Tú lo quieres 1 inch, 2 pulgadas? ¿Cómo tú lo quieres?
Nah, man.
Pues está bien.
I think worse that surgery wouldn't even help them. And then when you start seeing it into perspective, like
They lucky they didn't come to me, Morena. I would have told them, look, I'll do the butt and the titties are for free. What you want? What size nipple you want?
Now I don't know what you're gonna come
I'm
out.
gonna hook you up. That's on me.
Show me a picture. And I'm gonna try Yo, that's crazy.
Yo, no, nah, I don't mean to laugh, man. 'Cause that's people lose their life, but there's people that lost their life and they took those bodies and just tossed them in a box or in the
That's what I'm
garbage.
saying. There's no no.
Oh my God, it's
money
reckless.
can't be at some point. Money can't be everything. Like you can't just
No.
do the money. I don't know. We all want it.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna be departing. First of all, thank you for allowing me to be on your platform and to be part of your stream, which I found it to be a privilege, and also a privilege to interact with everyone here on the panel. So I'm just wish everyone a good night, be safe, and hopefully we'll do this again real soon.
Definitely, Jose, and thank you for stopping by and participating on the topic. Thank you. Take care. Very much appreciate it.
Good night, Jose.
Good night.
Thank you. Take care. Good night.
And if there's anything that friendly extortion can do, any type of procedure you need to get done, let me know.
Nope. He's gonna have a diploma there from the school of hard knocks. Get out of here. No way.
Nah, you have a wonderful night, mate. For real, yo, that's crazy though. You know, but people, you have a lot of people with low self-esteem. You have a lot, you know, people do it for a lot of. You got people that done it for a lot of many different reasons. You know, you got people that's unhappy with themselves, and you got people who just, you know, that just want to be something, you know, and it just don't work out for them. And some of them gotta live with the pain.
Also.
All right, Roy Chess, thank you for stopping by.
No problem. Thanks for going live, having me on. Go live more often.
I'm gonna try. This ain't easy sitting up here. This ain't easy. You see, I can barely share a screen.
You gotta do it more often.
Yeah, you have to do it more often so you can get those little things down.
You're right, because StreamYard got a lot going on. I heard, Friendly, what you was talking about earlier that you noticed with StreamYard, because every time I do turn it on, there's something new. There's a new function, a feature.
Yeah, there's new features, but I don't be using them because I don't pay for the StreamYard. I only use the free joints because I better be on it. Yo, porque look, no vale la pena yo poner de que 20 pesos monthly and I'm not even on it. Like that, you understand? So I'm investing in something I'm not getting back out of. You know, that's like buying a house, and you know what you pay for the house, you will never get for it when you try to sell it.
That's true.
You buy the house for $1 million, when you sell it, it's only worth 200,000, 300,000. Pero espérate, what type of investment fue esto? Y más le metí $500,000 adentro.
That's true. Bueno, yo lo
You know,
pago,
the better.
Yo lo pago. On the pan.
Yeah, so I'll catch you next time you go live.
Thank you, Roy Chess. Thank you for stopping by, and I always look forward to seeing you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No problem.
Good night. Yes, she is, Lord. Right after me. As soon as I shut this down, she's gonna click that live button.
Wow, wish.
Come on, Tina. It's been like a year, hasn't it? I don't think
it will be. Well, in a few months it'll be.
Wow.
I was thinking I might as well just wait for the year anniversary and then do a live. It's been
that's how she's gonna come back. This is my year.
Wow. A year later. Wow.
Tina has a lot of content. I think, Tina, since you've already crossed so many thresholds with YouTube and having your channel, is I don't even think that excites you anymore, huh? It's not a.
I don't know, man.
Right?
Sometimes I think about. I have 3 channels. Sometimes I'm like, maybe let's just start another one and just.
Yeah.
So Tina, when are you gonna go live again?
Like I was saying, I might as well wait for the
She's
year.
gonna wait 3 more months when she makes that year, and then she's gonna go live like an
It's gonna be a yearly thing.
I don't
So
know.
every year she'll go live.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
One day.
Okay.
So we gotta wait a year to interact with someone that we may like. Wow.
Yeah,
We faithfully follow her and go to her streams, and she just dropped us like a hot potato.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's exclusive like that. I mean, she's kind of like the celebrity here. So he's like, you're not worth doing live for your plebs.
Not even. I'm not even now. Nobody checking for me. You know what I'm saying? So.
Because you don't go live.
All of us are asking you, okay, do a live. If you do a live tomorrow, people are gonna show up. You know that.
For sure.
Maybe.
For sure. They'll be like,
No,
oh, shit,
no,
Tina's
maybe.
live? Oh, what she said. What you got? What guy she got that made her stop? I wonder, Lord. I actually wonder.
Why I gotta be a guy though?
Well, she's not saying no. She's not saying that isn't a guy. So
I would say why I gotta be a guy though.
I wonder.
But yeah, one day.
Lord, I wonder, Lord, what guy had made her stop.
Nobody made me stop.
But I didn't even know if I was gonna do this. I wanted to do something else. You know how I usually like the more mature topics, as I want to call it. I was gonna do that, but it's like I got mad thumbnails set up for like topics that I want to do, and I just
start it off.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, like I did it today because I had off today. I got enough sleep, and you know, I got the next few days to relax. So I'm gonna try to be a little bit more consistent, but it would be once a week if I do it. It won't be like every day. I was even worried about you, Friendly, because I was getting used to your streams, and I was like, yo, what's up with Friendly? Yeah, that's why I left you a message. I'm like, because you know how it is with YouTubers. Like, I mean, I read how many YouTubers passed away that we know. I think only 2 that I know that passed away that like nobody like knew.
The only YouTube I fucked with like that heavy was T History.
I knew him, and I knew Miss Felicia. You don't remember Miss Felicia? She passed away too.
Miss Felicia?
Yeah.
Hold up.
Yep.
Nah, when?
A couple of months ago. I think around the holidays or right before the holidays.
Wow.
She passed away. Mm-hmm.
Listen, man, like my content, I just try to keep it basic, regular, you know, like just conversation wise, you know. Nothing to destroy people's lives.
Yeah, I like that.
I was raised by men, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like I always have my pops telling me, man, listen, don't worry about other people's problem. Mind your fucking business. Worry about your shit. You showing people you ain't about nothing, you ain't doing nothing with yourself. So that shit always stuck in my head. So as you see people do, I'm like, that nigga ain't about nothing, or he ain't doing nothing. So I always analyze and I always figure people out when they open their mouth.
Right.
So I just try to keep it as, you know, try to talk about whatever we could talk about. I just don't want to talk about the same person every day, all day. You know what I'm saying? Because if my boy come talking to me about his girlfriend again, I'll be like, look, my nigga, you either leave the bitch or do something. That's it. We here trying to smoke and chill. We trying to listen to music. Nigga, get in your car, lower your music down to talk to you about his girl. Dog, you've been telling me this for 7 months already, dog. Every time you get in the car, we gotta lower the volume.
Yeah.
Uno se cansa.
But that's what I like about YouTube. Like, you know, you go to different pages and you go to watch different content creators, and you know, if you're feeling the vibe and the content, you know, you chill.
You know what's crazy though? That a lot of people, I don't get the notifications no more. I guess since I don't be watching them no more. I don't get the notification to a lot of YouTubers I've subscribed. So I've been thinking like, oh, do they still exist or no? But I just don't get the notification. Cause I guess I'll be watching other things. I'll be like, oh, this caught my attention. You know, I'll be watching like the news on the net, you know, like other parts of the world and stuff like that, or the news up in other parts of the states, you know,
There's
in
so
this
much out there,
country.
Friendly. There's so much content and stuff out there. Like it's like you couldn't
I,
possibly watch everything, but you try to,
right.
go to new
So,
spaces, watch new things, new topics, new channels, new anything, and anywhere you can find
and
it.
I
Like,
got bored. I got bored by hearing
thank
everybody
you.
talk about the same old person, Hassan Campbell. And what's that dude now? They got the skinny guy that be talking quick. Charleston White. Now
I
it's Charleston White and who I think China Mac. I see some shit with China Mac. I get tired of the same old people, same old drama. Y'all still trying to figure these people life out. What are you guys, detectives? Because I'm gonna start putting on my community board channel for all you motherfuckers out there. Jobs where you can become a cop, send y'all niggas to 100 Center Plaza. You know
what
what
you
I'm
say?
saying? Like
They're on
go
you.
fill out to be policia or something because people on the internet trying to do, they doing too much. You
Right.
either become a cop or cut the bullshit.
True.
You know what I'm saying? And I got tired of that. Like I was like, damn, but these niggas know more about that nigga than he know about himself. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? They telling a nigga he's gay, and niggas would be like, for real, I am.
But that's what I
They know
learned like about those people, whoever YouTubers. Like I don't watch Charleston White. I don't watch China Mac, so I don't know about them unless somebody that I'm on their channels that
Yeah.
about them, and I'm like,
I don't know about them. I just come across shit. Like, what was the video I came across? I came across across a video. I think was on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was it was him. I don't know, some other dude. Oh, him, the Mano, and I forgot who was the other dude, man.
You gotta give him back his chain or something you was talking about earlier.
Oh, Whack 100, yeah. And it's just a mess, It's just like people take other people's problem personal, what I'm saying? Too serious. Like, listen, man. I like Jay-Z. I love Jay-Z. But I don't love Jay-Z that I'm gonna go out there and get into a fight or a shootout or go to jail
For Jay-Z.
for a nigga that I don't even fucking know. You know what I'm saying? That if I see him in person, he may not even acknowledge me and look at me. And I bought every single album. I didn't download it. I bought every fucking album, not once, but like 3 or 4 times. Every time I bought a car, I make sure I get my favorite album, the Jay-Z, the Nas, the Biggie, certain albums, the Cuban Link album, the Raekwon and Ghostface album, the Method Man, the Wu-Tang Clan. Because I used to have a CD changer. I bet you that nigga see me, he wouldn't even show me love.
You
So
know
you
who
think I'm
taught
gonna get
guys?
into an argument for that dude?
You know who taught guys that lesson? That rapper Shine when he did for Puffy. If nobody learned from anything, they should have learned from that. Like they don't care about you, so why
No,
even?
YouTubers hasn't learned from that.
Well.
It's content. I call that petty though, because they do petty things to get dough.
Okay.
So I call it petty though. You know. But it's what they do.
There's an audience
Not
for it.
nothing.
There's people who are into that.
Yeah.
So there's an audience for it. So.
There's an audience for that. Destruction.
Mm-hmm.
But yo, Morena, check it out. Just imagine a children who has to sit home quiet, like the fucking bunch of like a bunch of mute. The family gotta shut the fuck up. Nobody can turn on the TV. The kids gotta be in the room. Don't fucking come out. The kids come out, they be like this. ¿Me entiendes? Like they texting them niggas in the room, don't fucking come out. Yo, that's like living in prison with those YouTubers. Because they on it all day, every day. So the family don't even get to enjoy the apartment and they don't want to pay the rent. And these niggas just getting weed money through YouTube. That's what they get, weed money and money to buy a fitty.
But you wonder, you be like, because I'm like, do people think I have
Mami, la gente está cara, ¿oíste?
all day, pero yo
La gente está cara, mira. La gente está cara. Oíste, la renta está cara. YouTube is not paying the rent.
Sure isn't.
I'll tell you the truth, okay?
No.
Mira, la renta está cara. La luz, the energy is up. And now the summertime is coming. YouTube is not cutting checks like that unless you got some type of amount of subscribers and views. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of envy those that can stay at home and they are actually making it on YouTube just enough, I guess, to cover the living expenses. I mean, I don't know if
Para fumarse un tabaco, ellos que tienen para un tabaco, una gorra y a lo mejor unos tenis y para un micrófono, cositas así. Pero para la renta, mira, ni le toque la puerta que le diga, hombre, nigga, what rent, nigga? You know what I'm trying to get this money? I got you. When I get this paper, I got you. That's what you're going to hear if you're the landlord. So don't rent your apartment to anybody who tell you that YouTubers. Oh, you're a YouTuber. Yo te llamo esta semana, oíste. Next to the phone, then I'm gonna call you for the apartment. I think I'm gonna rent you the apartment because I like you. Hold on. Never. That nigga ain't gonna work. He gonna be on YouTube all day, yelling, arguing. The neighbors gonna be complaining. Y'all heard somebody fighting. Is the YouTuber yelling? Yelling at the screen.
Yeah, the ones that do all that drama, fighting with other people, arguing,
Van a
yelling.
llamar a la policía, ¿oíste? Se van a venir con complaint y todo.
Yeah. People thinking there is a domestic violence situation.
Yeah, you think it's domestic violence, bitch. I'll body you and everything. They're like, hold up, this nigga trying to kill his wife?
Yeah.
Niggas gonna call cops? This nigga's off you on YouTube.
Yeah. YouTuber arguing with a bitch online.
Yo, listen, in my house, I'll be honest with you. It's peacefully quiet. I mean, my kids talk a little loud, little things like that. But if there's a problem, an issue, or anything, you know what? We sit like human beings. We sit in the couch and we'll talk, or we'll sit in a table or in a dining room, or we'll talk to each other in the room at a tone where nobody needs to hear what went on, what is the problem, what we're trying to resolve. You know that? When people see us walk out, they be like, they must be the perfect family. And no, we're not. We have our issues. We just take care of our own in a different way with no violence, no yelling, no nothing. We just talk. If you talk, you get to understand each other. But the thing is, when people talk, one motherfucker want to be louder than the other one. And when that domination start kicking in, it's hard to have a conversation with somebody like that or to understand somebody. Because somebody who's yelling is not going to comprehend what the fuck you're saying. So it's a waste of time to even communicate with a person like that. You know?
Yeah.
And that was go on now. You know, the majority of people, you hear their business through my wall. You be like, yo, what the fuck? They live down the hall. How the fuck I can hear them arguing? But it's people that don't have no self-respect. They don't have value. You know what I'm saying? And I can't walk where I live, where everybody knowing my business and my problem, because that's not a good way to live. You know what I'm saying? That's not how a man or a real woman should live, especially when they got a family. You know, that's not the way to live. Because people criticize and talk about you, and they may not tell you in your face. They'll say hi to you, but as soon as they go behind closed door, they'll be like, "Oh, guess who I see you? Remember that guy and that girl?" And that's how it is. But some people adapt and so used to in life those type of problems that even going to the nicest neighborhood, they bring those problems and they feel like you're against them. But they won't understand this, my brother. We don't live like that over here. You know what I'm saying? But it's just people live different with issues that is just full of problems. Where I live, you don't hear nothing. People be like, "Oh, shit, I heard your dog's bark." I'm like, "Oh, no." We be in the crib. We just don't be going crazy.
Yeah, man.
You hay que saber cómo vivir, ¿oíste? Hay que vivir como la gente.
Exactly. Try to live right, do right by your kids, and live a
Yeah, I used to
decent.
get crazy when I was young with my brothers. We used to act like clowns. And I don't know if you understand lo que una turdía from
A
my
what?
grandfather, una turdía.
Mm-mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And we used to crack up. Una turdía. That guy used to grab our ears and twist them shit. I'd be like,
Oh,
So I was
yeah.
like, ay,
He used
Dios
to
mío.
pluck us with his big ass finger when he never hit us. He plucked
Yeah.
that finger
¿Tú
by the
quieres una
side.
tordilla?
I'm like, damn.
Yeah, man. They didn't play with us, you know what I'm saying? But we always understood as every, as time went by and as we got older, we always, it's not like we looked at them like they was enemy. We always understood like what it is, how our family is. Okay, we come from a family that don't like showing people certain things or letting people know certain things. It causes bringing certain attention. So and I come from that, and I see people have to eat the words that came out of their mouth, and I come
Right.
from a place where people never, it's just certain things that there's people that be talking over that. Wow, next thing you know, they gotta live on that, and they gotta eat those words now. 'Cause it's not the way they look. ¿Me entiende? So,
Right.
it's always good to live quiet, shut your mouth, and just do what you do, and never let another person know that you're struggling. Never show them you're hungry.
Yeah, I was told that too. Well, they don't have to know. Like, you don't go outside and wear your issues on your face, or my
Yo,
grandma.
nah, but you got girls and you got guys that'll tell you, yo, you don't even know. They'll tell you their family problem, their girl problem, their boyfriend problem. You'd be like, oh my God, like I don't, bro, I got problems, but I couldn't even tell you my problems because we don't even live like that in my house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Or
But
those that wish for your downfall. Like, they just waiting for you to
right,
flip. You know.
because the way I live, man, people be thinking I live in great. Nah, I live good. I
Right.
just,
You're comfortable. Yeah.
I just don't how can I say I don't show you my struggle. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I do. We have our little struggles here and there at times. We go through. We go, oh shit, we fucked up. Some
Mm.
way somehow. You know what I'm saying? Something didn't go right. You know what I'm saying? It's not like oh we're like that's it. It's over for us. But we fuck up certain things that we're supposed to manage. We're like oh, so now we got to go into this or go into this or do this.
Mm.
But how can I say? We just don't show people our struggle. We just maintain. We don't
Right.
complain. We
Right.
mind our business and. If we going through something, we just keep quiet. We just wait till the week come or the time come that it's time to handle it. Make sure everything's taken care of. That's it. Make sure it don't happen again.
That's most
That's
people
how we
for me.
live.
Like, yeah, that's just most people. That's just how it be. That's just how it be.
But some people don't care about the bills. And
Mm-hmm.
you know why?
We'll see. I like
Pe-
light. I like a roof over my head. I like good
Yeah,
food.
but yeah, but some people don't have those worries. Why? Because their whole life they've been taken care of.
Right.
You got men living with their women. They don't worry about a fucking bill. Because Shorty is paying it. Or either Shorty got a program or whatever the case may be. He just
Mhm.
gives dick and that's it.
Right.
That's it. So motherfuckers have all day to do what the fuck they want to do. Say what they choose, either to waste time on the internet or waste time hanging out, going to people's house from house to house. Yo, what you doing? Let's smoke. Let's go over here, walking around doing nothing. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? But at
Yeah.
the end of the day, they ain't worried about yo. I gotta at least have 1,300, the other half for that rent. They ain't think about that. They just thought about whatever money they make. I'm about to get these sneakers that coming out this week. ¿Me entiende? And they have a family, but that's the mindset because they don't have the responsibility. ¿Me entiende? But they'll tell you and everybody else, you I pay bills.
Right.
How you paying bills? I see you all day, every day, nigga. You don't
Right.
do nothing. You know what I'm saying? But they bragging, nigga, I pay bills. Y'all niggas gotta be responsible. I
Yep.
see niggas talking shit. I'm like, yo, how the fuck you tell me I need to be responsible when you out here all day, every day doing nothing? I went to work, came back, I got paid.
And you see that
I
person
went
the same spot you left them in when you were going to work.
the same shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
The same people.
it's kind of like it's very bothersome. I mean, you go out and work and try to earn a living, but there are people that they don't seem to be working barely, or they're always at home arguing with people on YouTube, and they seem to be living fine. Like what's the hack?
Yeah, because they being taken care of. Look, most of these people live with their
Arguing with
mothers.
people on
If they
YouTube.
don't live, yeah, look, most of these people live with their mothers. If they don't live with their mothers, they live with a grandmother. If they don't live with a grandmother, they live with their
Yeah,
wife.
they got it good. They got it good. I mean,
You know, or they have their girl. You know, but most of them live off somebody. You know what I'm saying? Live off somebody. The most they probably do on the side, a little side hustle. But believe it, most of these guys are not paying the rent. You know what I'm saying? Listen, that's too many videos to be on YouTube doing. You understand? That shit is not cutting a check like that. You know what I'm saying? Listen, people busting their ass. ¿Me entiendes? Está difícil pagar $2,600 on a rent. You know what I'm saying? $2,400 on a rent. It's not easy. And then let's talk about the light. Let's talk about the gas. Let's talk about the cable. You know what I'm saying? Those are luxury shit, but let's talk about that. You know what I'm
These
saying? The
days.
cell phones.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's 1, 2, 3, 4 phones in this house. 4 cell phones. You
Damn.
know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
a
Let's talk
decent
about
Wi-Fi connection if they're gonna be if they are content creators like that.
then
You have to have a decent setup. Mhm.
we got
I want to have
sneakers. We
fun with
got
it. I want to do more on the channel and all that, but I don't want to make. I don't want to look at this as income. I want to look at this as a hobby, like something I like to
as
do.
a hobby.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not income. Because once you start making the income, then you start doing like stupid shit. To me, like if you're looking at it in that
Yeah.
manner, like I don't want it to be. I mean, if you get money, cool, but not that. That's my focus. I want it to be fun. Like I did a couple of things that I haven't been able to implement it because I don't know how to navigate this too much. But I just want to have fun with it. I want to make people laugh. I want to have good conversation. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to enjoy it.
Yeah,
Like,
that's kind of like what I'm doing right now when it comes to it. I mean, there are people that have been able to make it kind of like a side hustle, that have been able to develop it into something that is
Right.
more, kind
I
of
mean,
more
if it happens,
I
great,
haven't,
right?
I haven't figured
If
it
it
out.
happens, yeah.
Yeah,
But
I haven't figured it out, but I mean, I do want to do I do want to do more when it comes to content creation. It's just that I do have other things to do. I do have other responsibilities, and they take most of
That's
my
what makes it
my
hard
working
for me.
hours.
Yeah.
That's kind of like
That's what
making
makes it hard for me to do it.
Yeah. And I'd rather be in the chat half the time. That's why I'm like, I just
In
rather
the
be in the
pandemic, I was bullshitting. ¿Me entiendes? No había nada. So I used to break night doing this. My wife, sometimes my family, even they was like, "Yo, get off that shit." Like they told me,
It gets
y
addictive.
este tigre está loco, míralo, de que le estén hablando con esos tigres, you know what I'm saying, de que lo quería.
It
And
gets
I'm like,
addictive.
yo,
It gets addictive in the beginning.
no.
I mean, this is a
But it
good
was
topic.
embarrassing to me because there's
Yeah.
many other things I could have talked with my family and
Right.
other people, and I'm on the internet talking nonsense with people that speaking nonsense. So I came to realization. I was like, "Damn." When my kids told me, "Your pops, like you talking with people that can't even stick to the topic." You know what I'm saying? Like, and he's a kid. So when he told me that, I was like, "Wow, you know what? Let me get off this shit." And
Mhm.
I said, "I gotta do something
Right.
else." And I just said, "Let me just get back to work." You know?
Hey, really quick, Morena, I have to take my leave. So I have been up since 5
Okay.
a.m. It is
Oh
like
my God.
2
I'm
p.m.
about to shut it down anyway because I've been on for 4 hours. I went on 2 hours
Yeah.
more than I wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah. I might
Okay.
do a little something tomorrow. I'll make sure to let everybody know because I will need some input from other people when it comes to
Well,
the
do more
subject.
Spanish streams. It was Spanish only friendly. That wasn't bad. Like I should have came on a panel so I can,
I will have lot for you.
Yeah.
It wasn't a live stream. It was pre-recorded, but the
Oh, that
next one.
was pre-recorded. Okay.
So what are you Spanish? What are you? Puerto Rican, sir?
Yeah, I'm an islander. I'm an islander Puerto Rican.
Okay, so you know like history of the island and cultural stuff like educational things?
Yeah. I grew up in the culture. I was born and raised around my people exclusively, and a few Dominicans around, but that was it. So yeah, I
You
have a
know,
pretty good
you
understanding.
know, like what would be great, like a person
Mhm.
that has who would know how to deliver content about about the history of whatever as an islander, and stuff like that. Because a
Yeah.
lot of people don't do that. A lot of people want to speak about Puerto Rico or Dominican Republic or Cuba or Colombia, but they only want to speak negativity about it. No one really speaks the history of certain pueblos or campos, or whatever it
Mhm.
is. People don't speak the history, why, who named it, and when did it become. Those are good things to hear, because it opens people up and make people want to, what, after the live or the show is over, make a person maybe go on his own and do some research. And I think
Yeah.
that's more fundamental. It might help your channel out because you'd be surprised how many people would like to know the history of whatever part of Puerto Rico or whatever you thought that it mean nothing. There's people looking to see. I wonder if that has a history, you
Mhm.
know?
Cena does that. Viva Bella Bike. Cena, she
Yeah.
does that with DR and stuff like that.
Yeah,
All
that's what. That's what I was gonna mention. There are many
Mhm.
videos, and not just on the Dominican Republic, but she has done videos on different other
Latin America.
countries. So, but that is something to talk about when it comes to kind of like go in deep on certain aspects
Mhm,
of
mhm,
a
mhm.
culture and things like that. Yeah, that is something to consider and to talk about, and that's something that has to be researched properly to make the
Right.
best presentation
Exactly.
and do it justice.
Exactly.
So no, but that no, it is a good idea. It is something to think about.
You know,
Uh-huh.
and also, like certain, like I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there, ideas, but I feel like it will be great to have you know, have a like a once a week show. You know what I'm saying? As an episode.
He's
You know
putting
what I'm
you to work,
saying?
Ramon. Fíjate todo trabajo.
Yeah.
No, porque digo como no, because look, look, you say you got look, you don't have to necessarily do live. You could do a recording and
Yeah.
speak on it and then do what you gotta do and upload it. Listen, a once a week show is a great start because you do it as by episodes. You could see what the audience like from there. You could analyze more, see what they need more, what was needed, what the people, just once a week. Because sometimes we do too much and we don't let our videos flow enough. You know
Mhm,
what I'm
Mhm.
mhm.
Right.
saying?
Yeah. Something to consider. For let's see if I can do a little something to tomorrow because it's gonna have to do with this whole thing that has been happening for like what a week already when it comes to certain content creator that is based in London, and what can we learn about it? What can we
Mm,
learn from it? That's kind of like the idea that I'm having. So,
okay.
Nice.
if I do something about that, I'm gonna make sure to send the link out because I would like some input on that one and have a combo about it. So, with that said, Morena, thanks for having me on your panel,
Definitely.
Thank you for
and
stopping
guys,
by, Ramon.
yeah, appreciate it. And so we're gonna be talking more about what I just mentioned. And with that, I'll say, have a good one, guys.
Buenos días.
Appreciate.
Okay.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Bueno, será el maestro.
Three. And now there's three. Pues sí, friendly. Thank you for stopping by. I'm gonna try to wrap this up now because I'm getting
You already know. You have
yeah. You off work already, right?
no today. Era Friday. I do Sunday through Thursday.
Oh, okay.
You know
So
what I'm
this is your
saying?
time off.
Friday, Saturday, I'll be lit. Ah.
Well, thank you for stopping by. I didn't think I was gonna see you.
All
So a lot of
right.
people didn't think I was gonna see. So thank you so much for stopping by, friendly.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna
I
try to go
appreciate you
live
coming
more
on.
often. I definitely got some topics that I want to talk about.
Okay.
So yeah, hopefully maybe next Friday or Saturday I'll try to come on.
All right. You have a blessed night. Do your thing.
You too,
Enjoy your
friendly.
nap. All right. Bye.
Buenas noches.
Igual.
Fulana, are you awake? Fulana. And then there was 2. Wow. And then I get 10 people watching. I'm about to shut it down. So if there's nothing else from anyone, I want to thank everybody for stopping by and engaging in the topic. You always say that and you don't. I'm gonna try Blood Moon because trust me, I have been saying it. Hey, Rakim. What's up, Rakim? Why you didn't show up earlier, man? I'm ready to shut this down. Do you want to come up on the panel to talk for a minute? I'm about to boot Fulana out because I guess she fell asleep and she'll wake up as soon as I boot her out. You good, Rakim? Good night, friendly. Tu ves eso, ya tu ves eso, right? That's how people do me. Yeah, you know what, Rakim? No, I'm gonna shut it down because I'm getting tired. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, James. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by. Blood Moon, Fulana, Danny, Lord, Tina, Third Ward, Roy Chess, Larry, The Word, everybody that came by. Thank you so much. Oh, Tina's still here. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for stopping by. Anybody I missed, I just want to say thank you for stopping by. As I know it's been a minute. I'm going to try to, come on at least once a week. I'm going to try to bring some interesting topics if I can. But I'll see everyone in these YouTube streets. I frequent just about everybody's channel that came up on the stream today. So I'll see you guys around. Thank you for stopping by. Look at Rakim. Rakim has some effing nerve. Really? You're on mute, Rakim.
I know you was doing no stream today.
I
know
told
you was
you
doing no
gonna go
stream
on.
today.
I told you, Rakim. It's 6 months, crazy boy. No, not 6 months. I'm gonna try to come back on next week. I'm so tired, Rakim. I've been on for almost 4.5 hours.
Hey, I'm gonna watch the playback, man. I'm working. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yeah, I hear you. Well,
Everybody
Fulana's
hear me okay?
sleeping. Might as well just kick her out.
Okay.
She's sleeping. Yeah. I've been on for a minute.
All right.
Oh,
I'll check out the playback. I'm not gonna keep you. I gotta keep working anyway.
All right. There's streams going on now, so that'll keep you awake.
I had no idea you was doing. I just looked up. I was like,
My
what
bad,
the hell?
Rakim. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Well, shout out to everybody. I came in late, and I'm gonna go ahead and watch the playback. It sounds like it was a good stream.
It was kind of interesting. Look at Rakim in the building. Yes, Lord. Lord was on the panel and everything. You missed everything, Rakim.
Oh man, I missed everything. All right, bet. Yep.
But we're gonna do this again. We're gonna do this again. And hopefully you'll go live again too. So because the last stream we had was a pretty stream too. So.
I'm thinking about Sunday.
Oh, okay.
So
okay. Cool.
So shout out to everybody. Let you get some rest.
Thank
hey, everybody, like, comment, share, subscribe to my homegirl Morana's channel.
Thank you, Rakim.
I'm gonna continue making this money, and shout out to everybody.
That's right, Rakim. Good night, everyone. Good night, Rakim. Bye, everybody. Thank you for stopping by. Lord, I left you out. Thank you for stopping by, Lord. I'm going to have an interesting topic that I know you're going to want to talk about the next time I go live. So, with that being said, everyone have a good night and see you around these YouTube streets. Bye.